Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension for the third time today. Apologies for starting late and my own technical difficulties, but let's actually get into this for realsies now. Uh, yes, hello, any new people? We might have some new people. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons. It's a great game. We focus more on drama and intrigue and character building and character consequences is the word I'm trying to say. Uh, more than the much more prevalent comedy D&D. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We definitely have some lighthearted moments, but I'm definitely more of a serious intrigue, mystery, investigation sort of DM. Uh, a much to my players' dismay, frequently. So yes, opening spiel for everybody just joining us. Before we get caught back up on what we are doing. Uh, yeah, we've seen a lot of attention on Twitter. So if any of you you new people from Twitter are here, thank you and hello. Do go ahead and hit that follow here, and if you can, consider subscribing because it is September, and that means something. I've been really bad these last couple of weeks, not realizing that it's September and that Twitch does this whole September thing. But I believe that's some sort of discount on subs. Go check that out. I know I'm not the best rep for that sort of thing.
20%.
20%. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. So subscribing on Twitch definitely helps. Really more with the metrics and the algorithm more than anything. If you like what we're doing, if you want to see more, and most importantly, if you want to help support the show, help us grow, help me make more shows with more content and better quality, do consider two things. One, there is a link down below where you can tip. Just tip through PayPal and whatnot, and give us a little tip. There is Twitch bits, so you can cheer us on if something one of our players does strikes your fancy. You can cheer them on, give them some support, encourage them to do more fun, wacky things, or more unfun, terrible things. Who knows? Whatever you're into. Or I mean, vice versa. If you like me torturing my players, just throw some money my way, and I'll keep at it. I mean, these guys mean nothing. Anyway, uh, no, you guys are great. You guys are great. I'm here for you guys.
I was gonna say, it's like,
Christian's out. He's
so
like, I'm not
you
dealing with
don't
this
want to
today.
show anymore?
Everybody's done. I've lost. Um, we're all in good spirits today, I think. Yes, and of course, most notably, there is the Patreon. That is the best way to support it. It sees the most coming our way, and most importantly, we can actually give you stuff because of your support. So there's a few different tiers on Patreon. There's just kind of the support us because you want to tier just a little bit. There is the adventurer tier where primarily you get after shows and special access to the Discord. But after every episode, we do almost every episode we do an after show where I talk about important parts of the game with the players, get their insight, and really just do a post game show and sort of show what I think is important as far as making sure everybody is on the same page, and just talking about the game. And on top of that, you get interesting player insights, a whole bunch of tinfoil hat polishing, and all kinds of tangents you will not be able to follow. So if any of that interests you, there's the adventurer tier. And of course, then there is the hero tier, which gets all of the behind the screens DM sort of stuff. Character sheets and NPC sheets and maps occasionally, codex entries that might not get dropped to the free Discord or to the lower tiers. That's for more mechanical behind the scenes prep sort of DM stuff. So if that's what you're into, that's a great way to support. And I do plan on dropping more frequently with some more interesting stuff, which is only going to get more frequent and more interesting and better quality. The more support we get. Anyway, I think that's enough for the shilling. Nobody likes listening to people talking about how much they need money. So another great way to help is just to let other people know about the show. Bring more people over to Twitch, watch our show. Bring more people into Discord. Bring more people into Twitter. I'm very active. I try to be very active on both of those, trying to get more into Twitter recently. I'm not a social media guy, so I'm still learning. So if you're not following us on Twitter, consider following us over there at PPLS Ascension. And we do have our own Discord channel that's linked down below, so you can talk with all of us really. I'm usually around, but every once in a while everybody else is around to talk and chill and whatnot. We got all kinds of memes. I post polls there and ask different questions, so you guys can have your input influence the game and whatnot. And codex entries, and that's going to expand. And if we get enough people who are interested in using the People's Ascension as a hub for other just activity, I'm totally open for like a role play channel. I think there is actually a role play channel already, like an in-game role play channel, and an LFG sort of channel. So I got a lot of cool things planned for you guys. So I mean, that basically comes down to just let people know and help out if you can, if you're able to, because I know we're all in interesting times right now. Anyway, we've started late. I did a full introduction. I
want to
usually
live in
don't.
boring times again, please.
What's that?
I want to live in boring times again, please.
Yeah, really, yeah.
I always wanted to live in those periods of history that get skipped over in the books.
Yeah.
Nope. Instead, we're gonna have ones with entire chapters.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. So moving on to the actual game, I did a full introduction this time around. I usually truncate it, but since we might be seeing some new people, let's actually get into the show and do a brief introduction of who all these other wonderful people are. You know me, I'm Jack. I'm front facing, and I control all of the other things behind the scenes, all of the NPCs. But the stars of this show are as followed. Starting, as we always do, with the always talented, talentless muse, Taylor. Hello, welcome.
Hi. Need to change that name at some point.
Yeah, it's a good one. I like
it. Thank you.
I like it.
I just thought it was funny, the idea of a muse with no talent. Anyway, I play Aquila, the Goliath blood hunter of the Lycan Order.
Yes. Then
currently has a pet demon.
Yes. Pet. Yeah.
Hey, it's
pet demon boy.
It fits.
It fits. It fits. It fits. It's a little tight, but it fits. He likes it that way.
Does he like it?
I mean,
it,
he doesn't really, but that's kind of the point.
Himself.
Yeah. Again, tangents you might not understand if you haven't seen previous episodes.
It's true.
Then, of course, we have Steven. Hello, Steven. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. And don't change Talentless Muse. You've had that as long as I've had Parrot Pirate.
That's true.
Yes. I'm Steven. I play Ander, the half-elf warlock of Zadok, in all his eldritch oily glory.
Yeah.
And Jack plays my familiar Redna, who's not an abomination.
Not an abomination. However, they are an oily brain blob.
An adorable
alien brain blob that frequently takes many interesting forms with many, many eyes.
And asks a lot of toddler-style questions.
Yeah. I mean,
well, toddler with a PhD questions.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Then we have the first of the Tempest twins, Arlene. Hello. Good morning.
Hello.
Afternoon, whatever time it is.
Yeah, afternoon for me. Hi, my name is Arlene. My character is Tali, the wood elf Tempest cleric who is a follower of Archilage / Lewena and is one of the Tempest twins. And that's it. She likes to do wood carvings in her free time.
Yeah. And, of course, Christian coming up next. Good middle of the night to you, sir.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I occasionally roleplay as Shliba and her animal companion, Krushka. She is a Circle of the Wild Heart druid. And a badger.
Yes. A druid subclass of my own design that we are playtesting here, and if it goes well, I will be releasing at some point. So look forward to that. It basically brings back the animal companion to the druid in a 3.5 inspired manner. Cheers, everybody! We're starting early.
I just
You take a
finished
drink?
my drink, Jack.
I have one. I have to go get one.
Well, yeah, it's a drinking game every time. Every time I play 3.5, you drink, and if you don't have liver damage by the end of the stream, you should probably stop. Anyway, moving on. That actually is everybody for today, because we are unfortunately missing Stephanie, who plays Shliva, the human sorceress. Sevgi. What did I say?
You said Shliva.
Shliva, not Shliva. Shliva's
Yeah.
here. I always get those two confused. It's the S's. I don't know what the S's
But you don't mix up the A's with Andrew and Aquila.
I don't, but I mix up Shliva and Sevgi all the time.
It used to be Linnea and Aquila.
Yeah,
That's true.
That is true.
Which is weird because those
they
ones
don't sound the
aren't
same at all. Yeah.
Also mix up Sevgi and Tali sometimes, because I guess
Yeah.
ending.
It's just
I don't know.
it's
I never
Christmas
know what I'm
characters
talking about.
who mess up apparently.
Yes, but Stephanie plays Sevgi, the human sorceress, and second part
of the
the other half of the Tempest Twins, frequently using storm-based magics and whatnot. She is not here with us. Well wishes to her. She instead will be played by the Black Void of the recesses of my mind, and we'll see how that goes for today. So, let's jump in to the game proper with a recap of last week and whatever other relevant information we think may come up. It's a pretty straightforward session last week, having just gotten out of the dungeon that we've been delving down for several weeks at this point, the Tomb of Dimaliba, in which the group found the not just preserved but still alive body of a 2,000-year-old ancient sorceress queen, which they expected to find either very dead remains of or animated by a necromantic cult. Instead, she was very much alive, and convinced the party through or in conjunction with another conversation with a celestial, whatever you want to call Moriadessa,
associate
and ascended succubus of some variety. But Dimaliba made a compelling argument to have the party not kill her or lock her away for the rest of eternity, but instead escort her to their new kind of sort of maybe ally, Moriadessa. We'll see. So
I like associate.
Associate, yes, associate. So with this 2,000-year-old sorceress queen in tow, they made it out of the dungeon with only kind of sort of major damage from being crushed by hundreds of pounds of gold or the ceiling falling on them, but made it out of that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm totally fine.
Tali broke a rib. It was bad.
We're all fine now.
Yeah, Tali did break a
4
rib.
days to get back to the city.
Yeah. But that's the quick and short of it, leading up to last episode. So you guys take it away as to what happened during the bulk of last week.
Yeah. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Andrew was using his wing disc to help Tali,
because Tali was broke.
to help transport Tali.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tali was broken in her rib areas. Shliva was able to patch her up pretty well, so that was very nice of her.
It should be noted that Andrew was trying to help Tali, and yeah, Dimaliba just jumped on it too.
Oh yeah.
So they were just, disc buddies, I guess.
Queens don't
Or
walk on sand. You're lucky you're not carrying one of her wooden throne things.
I wouldn't.
Carriages.
oh, and we also helped her firebomb the tomb, so that was cool.
Yeah. Actually, quick. What's
Your
the term?
retcon.
Retcon, quick retcon. Yeah, I described it taking way less time than it should have. That would not have been a 15-minute ritual. That would have been a several hours long ritual. But it did happen over the course of that long rest. That wasn't actually a long rest because you guys just long rested before that. So in the 6 to 8 hours it took you guys to rest up, a lot of that was actually spent. The three of you, Tali, Ander, and Sevgi, providing arcane energies to Demaliba in order to upcast a sort of ritual-based version of Meteor Swarm and destroy the tomb that she had been locked within for 2,000 years.
Yep.
But
And then
continue.
after that, Ander gave Demaliba a quick recap of the past 2,000 years. That probably took a while. Ander and Aquila had a discussion about like what they were, I guess, planning on doing, like with the weavers and stuff. I don't know if they want to add any important details to that. There, Steven, anything from y'all about that conversation that you want to mention?
I honestly don't remember any
So.
important details from that. Do you? I think
don't
that was
think
just
anything
us.
was really accomplished with that. So
I was supposed to say, I think that was squabbling on a very superficial level.
Okay.
we were mostly civil about it.
Aquila's big point was that Ander concealed his intention to bring Demaliba stuff back to the Weavers, which he was charmed into believing. And he concealed that when other people brought up their own desires, such as Aquila, her plan to bring back Demaliba or Demaliba associated thing to the Queerance, her organization. That's basically the short of it.
Yeah. That's a
And
Hard to argue with somebody who's, minorly brainwashed.
we had a 4-day walk to Sann'Kett. We kind of sort of discussed ocean travel plans because Demaliba would most likely need her own private room since she's high maintenance like that. Ander and Shliva had a conversation about Shliva potentially wanting to leave the People's Ascension because we don't communicate, which is kind of true, so can't fault her with that. And see here after that. Oh yeah, as we were approaching the city, Ander did talk to Demaliba about kind of staying not under the radar because we don't have that word, but staying low key. Magic and stuff and her identity to keep it a secret. Aquila was teaching Demaliba some modern sans or however you pronounce it over the course of those 4 days as well. We got to Sann'Kett on the 1st of Adun, which is Adun Italia, also known as their version of Black Friday. So everybody's like shopping and stuff and good sales and stuff. What else did we? Oh yeah, we also noticed that the blighted area outside the city looks like it's starting to potentially get better. So whatever we did with the voted flood, that. Millie was also impressed the city has gotten a lot bigger since she was dead, quote unquote. Oh yeah, and she also came up with her own fake name, Louisa.
Lewissa.
And oh yeah,
Lewissa.
Louisa.
Lwisa.
Louisa. Okay. Cool. Louisa. Ander was gonna take 500 gold to go like reserve us a boat or something. On the way in, a guard recognized our group and said that the prefect, Milo, what was his name? Milos?
Milos.
Orentius?
Milos Orentius.
Milos, sorry. I'm used to Milo, who is my dog sitting next to me. Anyway, Milos Orentius, who wants to meet with us, and we didn't really have much of an option there. We were kind of escorted there. And when got there, we waited for a bit, and in walked in Milos Orentius along with the Arcane Census official lady and Querent Black.
Yes.
And that was kind of where we stopped because cliffhanger.
Yes. Querent Mix Black. I did look it up. MX is indeed pronounced Mix. The one of several, and the one I think best fits them. Non-gendered. What are they called? Title pronouns or something like that.
Titles?
Yeah.
I think it's titles or prefix.
Yeah.
Prefix?
Prefixes.
Pronouns.
Yeah. Prefix pronouns.
Pronoun would be they them. Mix
Yeah.
is I think something.
Mix is a
Anyway.
pronoun.
Yes, Querent Mix Black. Yes, I think that pretty much gets to where we left off because we didn't do much with that meeting. Does anyone have anything else to add? Doesn't sound like it, which is fine. I think that that recaps pretty well. Okay. First of all, thank you, Peter, for letting me know that follower-only chat mode was on. I originally did not set that, so I don't know what sort of update or anything might have caused that to switch over, or maybe I did something at some point. I don't know, but that should be turned off at this point. It might take Twitch a little while to get that live, so hopefully you don't have to be a follower if you want to chat. Though I do hope that if you like the show and you like talking with us, that you do follow. But you no longer have to. Anyway, with that out of the way, there we go. Awesome. Twitch figured that out for us. All right, so let's jump into this game without any more technical problems. So there is one thing that I wanted to start out with. And follow-up technical delay. I need my notes. It's really helpful for running a game. Okay, yes. There is one more thing I wanted to start off with first, and that is picking on Ander. Ander, I need you to make 4 wisdom saves. This is over the past 4 days of you traveling through the desert. Unfortunately, in my rush to get you guys back to Sann'Kett and get you to this meeting, I skipped over that. So 4 wisdom saves from Ander.
Oh. Ooh.
Okay. Good to note.
I like the average of those. The first one's a little worrying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always an outlier.
Did you even need to make the other 3 is the question.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good to know. Let me say the very ominous words of, I will make a note of that.
I suppose I have no idea what that was about.
Nope.
Cool.
I feel like it has to do with your charmed brainwashing, but that's just a...
No, I think it's something else.
All right.
Maybe it's someone getting into your head.
So, we start off in one of the major administrative buildings beside the Imperial Provincial Palace that is the home and administrative seat of power for the provincial governor here in Sann'Kett. The physically largest city of the empire, and probably the second most important politically city of the empire. Second, of course, only to Genovium, the capital of the Genovian Empire, home of the Empress. After several days of trekking back through the Sann'Kett Desert, making your way back to Sann'Kett itself, and forgetting or not realizing the importance of information disseminated to Prefect Milos Orentius previously, you learned going through the gates that your names and likenesses were recorded because Milos wanted to have a follow-up conversation with you, and you were escorted to this building by a number of guards that you easily could have taken. So we find ourselves in this boardroom, essentially. It's probably a good 15 by 20 so room, big, long, well-carved dark wood table with equally opulent chairs in there. This is the administrative sort of public wing of the palace. Still very well taken care of, but not necessarily palatial. We have at one end of the table, of course, Prefect Milos Orentius, the prefect of the Sann'Kett Legionary Division and military advisor to the governor, the provincial governor. We then have Lady Kana of the Arcane Census, specifically the School of Divination, and Mix Black of the Querent Order. Specifically, Aquila would know, or at least highly suspect, Order of the Death Seekers. And, of course, aside from all of you, the five of you and a giant badger, you have Dimaliba in tow, a 2,000-year-old ancient sorceress queen. Under the rather loose guise of Louisa, a traveling merchant, to whom you are her bodyguards. Unfortunately, that story may not hold up because everybody here knows who you are. They don't know who she is, presumably, but they know who you are. So let's start there. Milos is at the head of the table. Prefect Orentius is at the head of the table, as his hands spread wide, leading down over the table. Kana and Black to his sides, and looks over the group. And you can see he does survey each one of you very, very specifically, very critically. Not in a hostile fashion, but taking stock of who you are, taking stock of trying to just initially gauge your character and who you are, and probably what you're capable of, best that he can.
Boy, I wonder what he gets off us.
And after what is just almost an uncomfortable silence, he does look down and look back up again, and his face purposely softens. I would say, yeah, Aquila and Tali, with your passive insight, it was a very trained and purposeful softening of his demeanor. You get the sense that this guy is very used to being a hard-ass commander, and he's trying to start this conversation off not talking down to you guys too much.
Too much.
I mean, he's still a prefect, so. Once again, hello, and thank you for joining me. I know you did not have much say in the matter, and I would like to apologize for any overly assertive mannerisms the guards might have had. However, after our previous conversations with Queer Tequila over here, I have been very interested in a follow-up report of your activities, your investigation, and your findings. It was brought to my attention that you had left the city, so I had sent word that when you returned, I would very much like an audience. I have only met a few of you, so to the other two here I have not met previously. I am Prefect Milos Orentius, Prefect of the Imperial Legions of Sann'Kett, and military advisor to Provincial Governor Sudim Akabat.
Andrew will just kind of nod, like do kind of like the like sitting bow sort of thing. I am Ander Rumvalen.
Gives a nod at you. Looks over to Shliva.
We're introducing ourselves.
I think so, yes.
Raises an eyebrow at that.
I am Shliva. Hello.
It is agreeable to meet both of you, and it seems, from what some of my soldiers have said, you have found yourself in the employ of a visitor to our fair city. Nods towards Dimaliba, who looks like she's about to say something and pauses because she doesn't really speak modern Sans. She does manage to get out unless you're going to cut her off. She does begin to eke out a very flimsy hello. Name is Louisa. Good meeting. Cocks his head at that, and like there's I really should roll for this.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just Dimaliba, where you at? Why don't I have you up here? There you are. You're an important,
Good question.
important
Wait,
part
there's
of
someone
this.
else I need to have up, don't I?
Potentially. I mean, maybe. Hopefully not, but we'll see.
I hope not, but I should have him anyway.
Yes. This is. Let me just go ahead and roll this manually. Okay. Good to know.
Huh.
Good to know. Yeah, he does linger on her for a bit. A little longer than even his assessment of any of you guys. I will say, Tali, you probably noticed this. Just very subtly. You're not even sure, but just given Dimaliba's history, you can tell Milos does linger on her for a little bit. Originally assessing her, trying to judge that interaction, that very flimsy interaction they just had. But staying a little longer, gaze stuck. You can see his head turns before his eyes does, and there's a little softening around his jaw area before he does pull away from her gaze. and go back to addressing the rest of you. As I said, it was my intention, given our previous conversation, to get a report on your findings.
Yes.
You made it clear to me that there was a considerable threat to the city and her people, and I, of course, am the first in line to make sure that we have proper defenses for that.
Yes.
You spoke of this cult of worms and their intention to raise some long forgotten minor queen of some report. And then, of course, you left. Do you have... He does pause and look back to Loissa.
Mm-hmm.
And look back specifically to Aquila, like with yeah, your passive insight is high enough with a look that basically just says, should we be talking about this in front of her? Perhaps we should start before I worry our newest guest and prospective business client to the city.
Mm-hmm.
May I ask what this newest contract of yours may entail? I assume that it has something to do with your investigation. I have not known many querents to act simply as escorts. No offense.
Like you've known many?
No offense to our new merchant friend, I'm sure.
I was going to say, does she seem to be understanding what he's saying?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, as you know, she is telepathic.
So she's gone in his head.
Yeah.
Okay. She.
To recap, he is very much directing almost all of his conversation to Aquila, assuming that she is in charge and the rest of you are all basically hired mercenaries or lesser querents. But you guys can feel free to speak up as well.
Being a lackey.
My camera was fuzzy. Sorry, continue.
Oh. We did find the tomb, that we were looking for.
He does sort of tear his gaze away from Dimaliba again. And continues to look at you, expecting more.
Okay. That was what we left the city for, was to find it. And we did eventually locate it. There were cult members inside as well. But they were already dead when we got there. Various traps.
You
also found
You do
Mhm.
see that as you are pretty much just starting off with your report, you do see almost in tandem Lady Kana and Agent Black both sort of kind of side eye Milos.
Mm-hmm.
They don't say anything, at least not yet.
Wait, how can I see uh, Agent Black side eye anyone? He's wearing those glasses.
Fair enough. There's a slight tilt to his chin
Okay.
in the prefect's direction.
That's fair. It's just one of those I just remember. It's like, wait, he's wearing those funky glasses because he doesn't have normal eyes. Spoiler alert for people who don't know. Yeah. Hmm. I lost my train of thought.
So you
So I'm
found
confused. Is this like an open forum?
you may speak.
I
I
don't
am
even
very
know
much
why I'm
interested
here.
in.
To be honest with you, can I go back to the field? It's nicer out there.
His face remains pointing at Shliva, but his eyes shoot directly over to Aquila.
Mercenaries are weird.
Doesn't like cities very much.
I suppose we can keep this brief, then. You
Okay.
found whatever it is, turning back to Aquila now, you found whatever it is you were looking for out in the sands. The
Yep.
resting place of this queen.
Yes.
And you found evidence of this cult.
Corpses, yes. I mean, we did
What is
find.
your threat assessment?
I would say it is unlikely that they are going to find anything of use at the temple, or not the temple. God damn it, the tomb. That's the word. That's the word.
Yeah, it's kind of gone now.
It's collapsed. Not technically inaccurate.
He does push off the table and lay his arms over one another. Not necessarily as hard as like judgmental crossing his arms, but keeps himself together a little bit more. And he shifts his gaze down to Lady Kana, the arcane census representative from the School of Divination. She does look back at him and look back at the rest of the group. This woman, probably in her early 40s or so, long
Right.
black hair, done up with various different Sannite headdresses, mainly chains with various dangling polished metal
Dangly
discs,
bits.
and yeah, all kinds of dangly bits. Wearing quite traditional robes of, or what would be traditional robes of the arcane census if they were not cut and folded over her in a very upper class Sannite fashion, that being only over one shoulder.
Yep. That's why she was being referred to as Boob Lady earlier.
She does look back at you, Aquila, when you say that, and the rest of the group. The sort of looks down at the table. I assume that you deemed it necessary to destroy such a potentially important artifact to our history.
I didn't destroy it.
You are the agent in charge of this operation, are you not? It is, in the end, your responsibility what actions are taken. Black's
Kill all
chin
of you
now
guys.
tilts in your direction.
The tomb or the world, so.
Well, there were fail-safes involved in the tomb. As with
Mhm.
most royalty, they put things in to protect themselves and their riches after death. On our way out, one was accidentally triggered. We barely managed to escape, but it caused a chain reaction that brought everything down.
Make me a deception check,
Yeah,
because that's not entirely true. Very true,
That's
but not entirely true.
somewhat true.
There's
yeah, all
truth
right.
to it.
There's some elements of truth to it. Ah!
All right.
Once again, I like deception checks. I
Yeah,
should be
yeah.
fairly good at them.
Oh, yeah, I know,
So-
but that's the thing. It's like, I can't. I was like, I don't want to because if I make a deception check, it's going to be bad.
Got a damn +8. I should be in theory, successful most of the time.
Yeah, in theory, I should be good at investigation, too.
So, Lady Akana acknowledges what you say, Ander, looks over in your direction and gives a very brief nod, and looks like she's about to say something when Querent Black interdicts. I am sure whatever was done was necessary to ensure our safety. Kana looks unsatisfied, but unwilling to really press any further. Mixed Black is soft-spoken and a man of few words, but when he speaks, it carries weight. I suppose, then, that the major concern for your investigation is no longer a concern for this necromantic cult. Those that attempted had failed, and you destroyed whatever it was they were looking for.
Definitely not going to get it now.
No, what they were looking for is out of their reach. Just very much not looking over at Demolipa as I say that.
You can see, Aquila,
Mm-hmm.
that while this conversation is going on, especially now that she's no longer necessarily part of the you're destroying important cultural artifacts issue, Lady Kana is very critically looking over at Louisa.
Mm-hmm.
I will say the other three of you, Sevgi's there as well, but three of you would notice that Shliva looks like she has something she wants to say, if that at all matters to you.
Meh.
Meh. Who cares about Shliva?
No, I said yeah.
Okay.
So much insight.
Mix Black does, after
Mhm.
sort of laying down that declaration, does slowly tilt his head towards Shliva. Young woman, do you have your own assessment to add? I really wish I had his like big, thick, round
Mhm.
black glasses. Sorry.
No, sort of.
Mm. Mm.
When can we leave? I don't really like being inside. If I'm being honest, I like being honest.
Honesty is important. Slowly moves his head back towards Aquila. I suppose you hired your current traveling companions for something other than your investigative pursuits. If they are not privy or important to this discussion, I suppose other arrangements could be made to house them while we talk.
I really could just go dig a hole somewhere.
He wasn't referring to you, Shliva.
It sounded like they were.
That was Arrentius. If
Yeah.
that wasn't clear.
Yeah. Mhm.
He waits a beat in case you would like to dismiss your lowly peons.
Sure. Yes, that sounds good.
Okay.
Yes. I would like that. Yes.
Pushes off
If you
the
all
table
could.
again.
I was going to say, looking at the various, like, if you all could leave us for a little bit.
Okay. If that's what you
All right.
want us to do.
I'll be fine.
It's good to finally know your first name, Querent.
That's not my name. My first name is Aquila.
Okay, let's go.
Arrentius
Oh.
walks
Well,
to the door without moving his head from the group, reaches for the door and opens it up and leans out. Take these fine assistants to conference 3A. See to their needs.
all right. See you later, Queer and Aquila.
I'm just look at Aquila and mentally, good luck.
Thank you. Just give a little nod.
Yeah, Sevgi looks over at you as she's walking out with like, you sure you got this?
Nope, not sure, but hey.
Okay, so the other four of you file out of the room. This guard does wave over another guard, another soldier. These are full legionnaires, kitted
Mhm.
out in proper Imperial kit. And he escorts you down another couple hallways and into a small, what looks like just meeting room of some kind. Another table in there, not as nice, not as large, but there's a table there. There's somewhere to sit. It is an interior room, so it is just four walls. But there's some decorations, and there is a big slate board for presentations.
Ooh.
Is Tali going to start drawing on the board?
This guard
100%.
will turn to the four of you. I will be
Oh,
just
do you believe
outside.
it's staying with me?
Louisa would have come with us.
Dimaliba would come with you. Yeah, the five of you, the four of you plus
Good.
the ancient sorceress queen.
That's okay. I thought she was leaving too, so I was confused.
I will be just outside if you need anything from me.
Thank you.
Do you have any water and maybe some food? I was hoping to eat something today that wasn't,
Yeah, I would also like some food and beverage.
I can have
is
an
possible.
assortment brought to you.
Cool.
Snack tray.
Thank you.
He nods and leaves the room.
You guys would get free food.
Back in the hot seat.
Yep.
As they walk out, Orentius does sort of shake his head just as the last of their backs are turned to him and closes the door, turns back. Now, where were we?
That's a good question at this moment. Oh, the rest of the team gets to hear me?
Yeah.
Oh. Fair.
It's just more interesting to everybody if I don't make them deafen themselves. I don't want to lose the rest of the group.
Yeah, fair.
You do, with your ridiculous 21 passive perception, you do see that, again, as the group leaves and as Orentius turns around and goes back to addressing you, you can see that Kana looks like she's making some minor hand movements and does just look over behind her shoulder just real quick. There's
At whom?
at nobody at the back wall.
Oh, okay.
And you can see that her jaw moves. She's facing away from you, so you can't read her lips, but you can see her jaw move just slightly.
Not fair. How does she know I can read lips?
I mean, she might not, but
Oh. Fine.
she does turn around and
Stupid secretive mages.
I suppose my only real concern at this point, it seems that you have completed your objective. I will leave that to Queer and Black here to discuss with you further. My only main concern is the welfare of the city, and if I should be expecting any further problems. There has been, since your arrival, an increase in missing persons cases that alarms me primarily because of what you have spoken before. I
The cult
suspect
is still present here.
I suspect some sort of foul play that may have something to do with that. Many of the victims, the missing, are normally of little consequence. And I suspect that there are more cases that have not been reported or followed up on.
What about the Dr. Gidid Aberek?
He turns to Kana. What would I call this check?
I don't know.
I'll just make
I think
this
you're the one making it.
Yeah. She looks back at him and shrugs. I would have to go over the reports. However, I do not recall a professor among any of the missing persons.
Well, he did not seem to be a We found, along with the cultists' bodies, one who did not seem to was not dressed like them. We found a book that had his name in it. It seemed to be research notes, teacher plans, but he didn't seem to be associated with the arcane senses.
There are a few private schools in Sann'Kett that he may have been a part of.
Mm.
I could look into this further if you think that would be beneficial. You said you found this individual, I assume, deceased like the others.
Yes. Yes. It seemed that because they took the book that he had with them, because we found him and it separated, but there was evidence to suggest that it was his. And it seemed that they were using him to try and help get them through to find a way to the tomb and to get through it. They got in there, they didn't get all the way through. There were quite a few security measures.
Does any of this pose a continued threat? Should I be looking at colleagues? Should I place suspicion on whatever institute he was a part of?
I don't know what institute, and I don't know the circumstances of whether he joined them willingly or not.
I would suspect that you have resources that are at least as equal to my own, if not more.
Yes.
However, I can begin some sort of investigation. However, there is little jurisdiction the Legion has over dead men.
But if he has family, they should know that he is at least no longer among the living.
He sort of shrugs at that.
All right.
If that is a continued important avenue of your investigation, you are, of course, encouraged to continue.
Not so. It's like I.
Lady Kana speaks up. If you are looking for a specific individual, I may be able to help you. I am quite skilled at seeing the unseen, that which does not wish to be seen.
Divination, yes. Sounds very useful. Promise she wants to talk with Mix Black rather than everyone else. We did find Dimaliba's tomb.
You mentioned as such.
She was in there. But not in the state, any state we were expecting. She was still alive.
You could see all three of them almost in unison sort of inhale and straighten up a little bit. Not creepily in unison, but all three of them sort of taken aback by what you've said.
They're just, they're having that reaction at basically the same moment.
Yeah. After so many millennia.
Yes.
Could you determine how?
Not specifically. That was the tomb that she was, the specific the specific sarcophagus that she was put into. It had some strange sort of mechanism. I couldn't understand what it was, but it seemed to sustain her for that long.
Are these details that you excused your mercenaries from for a reason? And your conveniently new merchant friend?
Well, she is quite outdated in her dress, isn't she?
She is.
That is Dimaliba in there.
Okay.
It's
Milos immediately turns and marches towards the door, pulls it open quickly, and leans out and whispers something to the guard, who does not wait to call over yet another guard, just rushes off somewhere.
Somewhere in another room, Andrew just feels like someone stepped on his grave.
Queer and Black does actually fold their arms and stiffen up. Still is behind those thick, opaque, black glasses, and his otherwise very stoic demeanor does just continue to look in your direction, which alone is probably unnerving. I mean, probably some level of judgment. trying to assess, maybe not judgmental, but judgment, assessment. And Lady Kana, once again, this time no longer really caring to be all that discreet about it, makes a very similar gesture, turns around, and in short order turns back. She looks like she's about to say something before the prefect marches back. What does this mean? Why have you brought her here under a guise? Why was this information not immediately shared? Why If what you had told me is true, and the research that I have followed up in your stead is to be believed, to have her simply walking around and in one of our most secure administrative areas. What of this woman? Why was she not dispatched? Well, perhaps, unlike mere soldiers, she had the insight to know a potential ally and an important missing link in the study of arcane advancement. I agree that she should be contained for further study.
It seemed a bit of a waste to simply dispatch her, yes.
I would remind the group that this is the very thing that my order seeks to protect the Empire against. We have our own facilities for housing the dangerous and unknown. When it is beyond the ken of our
I
needs at the moment.
had always intended to bring her back to.
That was not
The
directed
order.
at you, Aquila. That was directed,
Oh,
in
I know,
fact,
I
at
was-
Kana, who does almost incredulously fold her arms together and give him a look. But continue.
It's like I had intended to bring back the order, but it seems that other members of my group had other wants to do with her.
Other members of your group, these
What else am I
mercenaries you had
supposed to call?
hired, should you not have a proper rein under their actions? I would expect, he turns towards the other querent, that one of your order would find the very best, most professional to associate with. However, he sort of looks back at the door that the others just recently walked out of.
They are effective, but a bit odd. And to be clear, I'm not actually paying them. They choose to come with me.
There's a lot of red flags for this story right now.
Oh.
Go ahead and make me a deception check.
Well,
The assumption that you are a querent leading a group of mercenaries is very much being called into question.
like I said, they come with me.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
unusual and not compelling.
Okay. No, there we go. There it is.
Okay.
It's not the
And they
worst,
might try
but
to
there
murder
it
you
is.
soon.
Yeah. Don't feel like I was necessarily lying completely.
No, that
You weren't lying at all.
that's more withholding the truth. And enough of that truth there's enough holes in that truth that it's starting to shine through. But you know what? I will give both him and, more importantly, Black an insight check, which would probably be more appropriate for
Oh,
picking out those holes. You know what? I'm gonna say they're gonna go with it for now.
okay. For now.
You really can't get much of a read off of Black,
Mhm.
but Milos does kind of give you that I'm just gonna go with this for now because it's not important sort of squint.
I was like, this is not the important thing.
Yeah.
Which Aquila would agree with. That is not the important thing.
So, it was your intention to deliver this relic to the church?
Yes, I had not expected there to be a living person when I set out.
Understandable. Has that clouded your judgments and led to this reaction?
Potentially.
And now that your unusual traveling companions and associates seem to have their own agendas, I suppose at this point it matters little. You have delivered her here, and it is unfortunate that it will be.
He does tilt his head back to the prefect and then back to you.
The military who will, at least initially, secure such a dangerous and valuable relic.
It's a slight grunt from Milos. As you notice heavy footfalls of a dozen or more soldiers moving quickly down the
Definitely
hallway.
hear that. Going to be interesting.
Ander, make me another wisdom save. Okay.
I suppose once she is contained, will there be any further action in this investigation, or was that your primary objective?
My primary goal initially had been to recover and secure her remains.
That is irrelevant at this point.
It is.
She will very soon be taken into custody, and I hope, for their own sake, that your mercenaries are wise enough not to interfere, despite whatever agendas they might have. It, however, remains unfortunate that it was not brought to the Order's attention sooner, so we could have properly assessed and handled the situation.
And how was I supposed to do that? Didn't actually ask that. Definitely thinking it.
It matters not. At this point, I'm sure you conducted yourself with the resources that you had available.
Mm.
You can see Kana sort of perk up. She stands and looks back at the rest of the group. If you would excuse me. Doesn't really wait for any response before she turns and starts making her way towards the door. The prefect does turn towards her. Doesn't say anything, looks back at you and the other querent. I'm really hoping this doesn't turn into something more complicated than it needs to be. Back in the other room.
Where it's going to get more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah, I don't think that's the sound of people bringing snacks in here. Usually it takes like one or two people most. We don't need that much.
Yes, I was going to get to that, but sure, yes. You do quickly begin to hear several footfalls and the distinct sound of clinking armor.
The hell did she do?
What did who do? Boob lady?
No.
Tequila.
Yes, the one that really wants her surrogate father to love her again.
That okay.
What's a
That
surrogate?
I think she was in the room to hear that. Yeah, we probably shouldn't leave her alone.
Well, he probably
Again.
shouldn't have, but too late to correct
well,
that
yeah.
mistake. And I'm guessing that's a bunch of soldiers she just sold us out to. I mean, we hear a crowd of boots, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is a completely closed room.
Yep.
No windows or one
Nope.
door.
One door. It's
What's
an
the ceiling made
interior
out of?
room. Heavy stone. There's at least one, if not two
Okay.
more floors on top of this. I mean, you could bust through, but it is heavy stone, and you'd have to get through more building before you're necessarily on the outside. With Ander very clearly bringing up, she sold us out, yada yada. Demoliba does.
I suppose then our ruse has failed, or we have been betrayed. Regardless, I suppose it is time to do something more than sit here.
Yes, I would think so. I don't expect if she told them the truth, as she loves to do at the most inopportune times, they're going to be very happy about who you are. Well, depending on what she told them, the rest of us either. Well, Tali's probably fine. But...
We should leave. May I have your assistance once again?
I can make a hole through the floor.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe Aquila had a reason for it. I don't.
Ander takes Demoliba's hand.
Tali, do you?
Dang. Ah, man, this is so confusing. I don't know what to do.
You have to pick between Ander or Aquila now.
Shliba will go and grab her hand.
Interesting. Okay. I mean that will work in a different and unexpected way than she was expecting, but that will work. You do access the arcane weave. So, with you two in hand, she does a similar but recognizably less powerful ritual to the one that brought down the tomb. She does grasp your hands tightly, close her eyes, and begin muttering under her breath in ancient forms of arcane manipulation. Before she is able to finish whatever she is doing, however, there is a distinct knock on the door. By order of the Imperial Legions, open up. We are... he would not say open up. He would say, in order of the Imperial Legions, we are coming in. There is somebody inside that we would like to detain. Do not resist. The door swings open. The three of you locked in some ritual, clearly a ritual, and Tali and Sevgi just sort of looking around like, what are we doing? Several soldiers file into the room. Two of them break off and make their way towards you. They almost get to you when there is a snap to the air around you as some other new entity, this one with a breastplate over what looks like, not like big like archmage robes or anything, but a breastplate over a long, ornate skirt and flowing sleeves, apparates into the room and puts a heavy hand on Dimaliba. He has a band just above his eyes with runic symbols. His head shaved. An elf, if it matters, pointed ears. Puts a heavy hand on Dimaliba. I want anybody who cares to interact with this crazy situation to roll me initiative.
I suppose that means I'm out.
This is all happening at the same time, though you are in a different part of the building and don't necessarily know exactly what's going on. But if you want to roll initiative, you could interject. But I will tell you now, it's unlikely that this is going to turn into an all-out brawl. Unlikely, not impossible. And it would be even more unlikely that should it turn into an all-out brawl, that you'd be able to get there in time to do anything. But you can roll initiative if you would like to interject in some other ways.
No, I'll sit out until I may or may not become involved.
Sure, that's fair.
I suppose there's no way for me to tell how much longer this ritual needs.
Make me a charisma-based arcana check for quickly beseeching Zadok to try to give you some sort of insight into what she's doing. Okay. Yeah, with the 25, you get the sense that this is some sort of variation of an upcasted teleportation spell, like real short range teleportation spell, like a different, maybe larger form of dimension door. You just get the sense in the back of your mind of relocation.
Any idea if it's something that will, if we can maintain concentration for a couple of seconds, if it'll go off, or is this like a 10-minute thing that we're not going to get off at all?
You would know that the two of you need to maintain contact in order for her to complete the ritual. It might take longer than a round or two, and I mean, with the amount of time that's been going, because it has been going for a minute or so. It's probably just about done. It just needs to finish up. Whether or not all these other people are going to let you is a different story, but, possible within the next couple turns.
Okay. I suppose Andrew's going to focus on trying to keep it going then.
Okay. Did you roll initiative?
I did not, because I wasn't sure if I needed to, but I'll roll just a... Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
Standard.
basically, basically, if you are going to allow her to finish the ritual, basically that takes your whole turn, because you
Yeah.
can't leave, and you have to at least spend your concentration on giving it to her.
Right.
You are essentially all collectively casting a spell, so you can't make any sort of other actions while you're doing it.
That's what I figured, which
Yeah.
is why, I hadn't rolled. But
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Immediately, you can see that just as taken aback as you are by this mage figure of some kind that has apparated into the room, the soldiers are also taken aback. This does not seem to be one of theirs.
Shouldn't the mage thing go first? Has the higher initiative.
But they learned of the situation later.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah. But with that kind of sort of surprise round out of the way, you can see the mage figure. Check something here. Is going to begin. Where are you at? Why do I always have so much trouble with alphabetical order? It's not like the letters change. They're always in the same spot. You would think. There it is. Okay. Because I can't spell, that's why. Okay. Yes. The mage figure begins muttering something. And the grip tightens on Demoliba, though he does look at the other two of you, noticing that there is something larger than normal spellcasting going on here. I'm going to have Demoliba roll a wisdom save with advantage because she is sort of siphoning off part of your ability to negate incoming arcane intrusions and whatnot. Yeah. Oh, but it was already set to advantage. Awesome. So The first one's just fine. 20 and 25. Easy enough. Yeah, you can see this mage figure grip down on her, begin muttering something, look at both of you, and sort of step back a bit, losing his grip as if he was pushed magically. Staggers back a little bit, turns towards both of you, and does take out a very sharp dagger, both. That, however, is his turn. The soldiers are going to file into the room. There's about a dozen of them, and probably more outside, begin to line the walls. The two that were making their way towards you do manage to get to both of you. And instead of Demoliba, they do go for both of you, Ander and Shliva. I'm going to have them make a grapple check, so that is an opposed athletics or acrobatics.
Well, fuck.
Yeah. There we go.
Wow.
Despite a little fuzziness from both of you, because you can definitely tell your concentration isn't just your own at the moment, you can feel a connection to each other through the arcane weave, and your mind is just, it's there, it's yours, but it's kind of stretched at the moment. You both manage to realize that these two big soldiers are coming and trying to lay arms on you. They do actually get hands on you before you sort of wrench yourself away from them and sort of spin with Dimaliba and kind of step back a little bit from both the soldiers and the mage.
I really want to see this, because in my head, this looks cool as fuck.
Yeah. Shliva, Dimaliba is gripping onto your hand tightly, drawing your arcane presence. Do you do anything other than that?
I wouldn't, but my pet giant badger probably would.
So what is Krushka, the giant badger, doing?
Well, per the rules of your rules, you decide, because I did not give a direct order.
That's right. Yes. These big, mean soldier people just tried to lay hands on you, and Krushka is very protective. So Krushka is going to lash out at one of the guards, one of the soldiers, just as any good Dougie would. So if you could, go ahead and roll an attack. Uh, 22, easy enough. Yes, you wrench yourself away from the guard that laid hands on you, and as you spin around out of his grip, there's a snarling from behind where you were standing that leaps up past you as you spin out of the way and jumps up on top of this soldier. Krushka sinking her claws into the various plates of this soldier. It does definitely pierce the armor and scratch into the skin. The soldier is taken aback, stumbling backwards, does manage to push Krushka off, but is, you know, that was a good blow. Not enough to bring him down. Maybe not bloodied, but definitely taken aback by this large badger that he probably didn't notice because he was going for this whole weird ritual scene. And Krushka jumps off being pushed back and gets down low and snarls at this soldier. Tali. Your decision has been postponed, but it is inevitable.
Yeah, I
What are
don't
you adding
like
to this
this.
situation?
Oh my god. Shoot.
I'm going to say that
Attacking
Sevgi
soldiers is a
follows
bad
your lead,
idea.
basically.
Yeah. So attacking soldiers is a bad idea. Fleeing with a fugitive of the law is also a bad idea. She doesn't know what has. She's
Real quick, before she makes her choice, am I so focused that I wouldn't be able to send a telepathic message?
Make me a charisma check.
Okay.
Just to see how clear-headed you are at the moment. Yeah. I mean, keep it brief, normal 6-second turn pace and whatnot. I mean, you do technically go after her, but you knew something like this was coming. There was some warning, so real brief, just a couple words.
You have everything to lose. Just stay
You
back.
have everything to lose.
Okay.
I have everything. I know what.
I will say you can get the whole thing. You have everything to lose. Stay back.
Okay. Dang it. But she doesn't want to. Totally. Very regretfully, just hangs back.
You throw your hands up and just take a couple steps backwards.
Yes.
All right.
Tearing up a little.
Sevgi follows suit. She looks at you, looks back at Ander, looks back at you, and doesn't like fully put her hands up or anything. Not that you were like, don't shoot or anything. You're just kind of hands at the side, like I'm not going for a weapon. Sevgi's more just hold on, guys, and sort of does keep pace as you back up a few steps. Ander, with it now actually being your turn, once again, it takes your entire turn basically to do anything, but if you have anything more to add, I suppose you have some amount of presence still with you.
I just follow it up with a sorry.
Okay.
And then continue with my terrible choices.
Don't worry, you're not the only one making terrible choices.
You know what? Let's just see where this comes in. Okay. Okay, yeah, Demon Liba would have been concentrating on that through Tali's turn and whatnot. Okay, with that, actually, Ander, you do just get that mental sorry back out to Tali as the three of you disappear.
Huh.
There is a lunge from the mage who looks like he's trying to jump into or grab at whatever form of transportation you are getting at, but it doesn't pull him along with you. Okay, we'll figure out where they are in just a second. Tali and Shliva, Tali and Sevgi, I did it again. Tali and Sevgi, you are in this room, a mage looking around at everything that is going on. Several of the guards actually come up to question this mage. There's a lot of very quick shouting back and forth happening. The guards basically being like, "Halt! This is an imperial matter. We have jurisdiction here under Prefect Milos Orentius. You will stand down." And the mage retorts, "I am of the arcane census. This is exactly what we are here to provide." And the two soldiers go and try to grab at the mage, who also disapparates and disappears. There is a huff from the soldiers as the commander of this group turns back and waves at the ones out behind the door and just kind of motions for them to go search, basically. As about a half dozen of these soldiers remain in the room and look back at the Tempest twins just standing there like, what the fuck just went down?
Polly does not look happy. The situation at all. By the way.
Just for clarity's sake, Jack, there is still a badger in the room.
Yeah, is Krishka still here?
There is still a badger.
I assume she was.
Oh
in the room.
no.
There is still a
No,
badger in
they
the
left
room.
the badger
Yeah.
behind.
Yeah. There is still a badger in the room. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah. It wasn't part of the circle. Wasn't part of the ritual circle. Actually, you know what? No, because it was. That's right. I was making things a little wiggly wobbly because Tali and Sevgi didn't go along with the escape plan. Krushka can come with you if you would like, and Tali and Sevgi, if you would like, can come with. She did upcast it enough that you can come along, but you have to be willing. If you are not willing, you can stay. I assume Krushka, however, is willing.
Oh man, am I willing? Uh,
Don't ruin Anders' attempts to save you.
but it's
I gotta remember the badger.
God, this is so many decisions today. I don't like it. Okay.
I need a snappy one. You got a
God,
split second to think about it. Do you go? Do you stay? Do you go? Do you
God.
stay?
Stop it. Okay,
Should I stay or should I go?
going to decide to make up my mind. Flip a coin or something?
You can flip a coin if you want. I need a response or you're staying, because
Okay.
your hesitation is not an affirmation.
Really?
The hesitation to stay. Take the hesitation to stay.
I know, the hesitation is staying.
I guess if I'm hesitating, it would be too late to go.
Yeah, you stay.
So,
You
Dang
stay and you can
I wanted
see
to go.
there's a pull of both of you can feel a pull on the arcane weave coming from this ritual that is happening, and Sevgi, sort of picking up, knowing what is going on, looks towards you like, are we staying, are we going? And you just look back and forth, look at her, look at the soldiers, look at the mage, look at Dimaliba. You're looking around all over the place, just beads of sweat pouring down your forehead, and they apparate before either of you can make up your mind. And disapparate before either of you can make up your mind. So yes, it remains, though without a giant badger, that the two of you are stuck in a room with these soldiers who are pissed. Maybe not at you. You didn't do anything. You let it happen, but they were on a mission, and that mission failed. Okay. Back in the hot seat.
Yes.
This all happened far enough away that you didn't hear anything that went down. However, there was about a minute or two since you heard that large group of boots heading one direction, and now you are hearing a smaller group of boots heading back in probably even more hurry. It sounds like they are definitively running rather than fast marching. You can see that Milos also picks this up and cocks his ear back at the door and turns slightly. All of this happening very shortly after Lady Kana left, and this being yet another problem on top of everything, turns and opens the door. Looks down to see if he can see where Lady Kana ran off to. He cannot.
He cannot see Kana.
No, he cannot see Kana.
I had the same thought.
And if he was Irish,
I
he
know, I
can
saw it
see
in your
Kana.
face. He cannot.
Can I see
Kana.
Kana?
We need to stop that now.
We do. We really do. Okay. With him opening the door, you can see his frustration as he looks around, cannot see who he is looking for, as a good half dozen of these soldiers quickly move past. He grabs one of them by the arm. Milos isn't a huge dude, but he's a career soldier, so he grabs this soldier by the arm like full run, and it just barely wrenches his arm, and stops this soldier in place and has a quick conversation with him. You can see the tension in his jaws build. There's that bulging just between his cheeks and his temple. Before he sort of more pushes the soldier forward than simply letting go, and turns back around to you. It seems that at least some of your hired help did not take kindly to the detainment. She's gone, along with 2 of your people. With that, without saying anything, not even asking to be excused like Lady Kana, Black stands up and just leaves. Just walks out.
Can I go with him?
Would you like to go with him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you respond to the prefect at all? Or do you just see Black leaving and stand up and follow him?
It's like, well, we'd better find her and them.
You handle this the way your order will handle it. I will handle it as a soldier. We'll have to have a discussion. Find her. By then, unless you have anything more to say, you leave the room with Black. Leaving Milos Arrentius, again, hunched over the desk, gripping white-knuckled at this table, just shaking his head, clenching his teeth before he pushes off, hand on hilt of his sword, and stomps out of the room. You know what?
So
it's about time
this
for a
wasn't
break.
how you planned things, huh?
I don't plan things anymore. I've stopped planning. No.
Fair.
No, this was one of these scenarios that I did outline some things for. I did figure
Where it
this was
just
definitely a
scatters.
possibility. Yeah.
Good. Good.
I mean, we'll talk about this in the after show. We'll talk about this in the after
fair.
show. I'd say this is a good time for a break because we're about at
Yeah.
the halfway mark and it's a nice suspenseful time, and I need to make sure I have all the pieces fitting together properly. So let's take a quick break. You guys get up to what you need to do, but also think about how you're going to go moving forward, because you're split into 3 right now and on potentially very different sides of each other. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I expected, again, we'll talk about this in the after show, but I expected things could go this route, but I figured the whole party would go this route. And it being split 3 ways, I figured there might be some, we'll talk about it in the after show. I just really want to talk about these things. While we're on break, please, I can't talk. While we are on break, please consider going to our Patreon, and if you can take some time and some budget, consider supporting our show. It helps us immensely, and you will get to see this rather riveting conversation we are surely going to have during the after show, because this episode is insane. So while I'm gonna get up and just do some think for a little bit, and we'll be back in, I don't know, 8-10 minutes or so. So stick around and enjoy these nice Sannite tunes.
Deserty tunes.
All right, we are back. After a quick get up stretch and oh my god, what the hell's happening right now? Let's get back to this story. For anyone who stuck with us, thanks for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed those tunes. They were accredited at the bottom. I have those playing in the opening title screen and the intermission screen. So we'll run with those until we're out of Sann'Kett, and then I'll try to find some more music that I can use. Anyway, the party finds themselves split, both physically and in purpose. So, in one area of the central Sann'Kett Imperial District, the public administrative building, town hall, city hall, if you would, to the side of the provincial governor's palace, the actual seat of governance here in Sann'Kett. In one section of this building, we find Tali and Sevgi, the Tempest twins, in a small room, in an interior room, a small interior room, with about half a dozen guards, sort of barring the way between them and the door, sort of getting into a surrounding position. However, these two have not made any sort of threatening movement. They've not attacked. They've thrown their hands up and stepped back and let what unfold. And what did unfold brings us to the next group. Ander, Shliva, and Krushka. Well, the two of them, the spellcasters at least, not the giant badger, though who knows if that would have worked, lent their own arcane manipulative concentration to Demon Liba's ritual casting. Demon Liba being an ancient sorceress queen and using a much more rudimentary, much more outdated, much more ritualistic form of magic. Slower to get off, but a lot more versatile. During the confrontation that just happened, in which several different factions tried to, well, the Imperial Army, the Imperial Legions, and the Arcane Census itself through one of its own representatives. They're not technically really supposed to have any sort of enforcers outside of their campus, but we'll get to that later. Both tried to apprehend Demon Liba, however, with help from Ander and Shliva, disappeared somewhere. And finally, we have Aquila having basically cut off Prefect Orentius's follow-up as to what the hell just happened, has marched off with yet another querent, an agent of the Querent Order, Mix Black. Presumably to try to make sense of what's going on and find Demon Liba. This, of course, all happened within the last minute or so that this all popped off. So let's pick back up first, I'd say, with Tali. Tali, you were with Sevgi in this small room, surrounded by soldiers, Imperial Legionnaires, kitted out in a very toned down, tooled down version of Imperial splint mail. It looks like they've foregone a lot of their arm and leg protection simply because it's so hot here. They've instead replaced that with more looser fitting but layered light cloth that has been sort of fitted into their tunic that they wear under their splint mail. Otherwise, they do carry a large tower shield and a gladius. You're in this room with about half a dozen of them. One of them looks like He was originally in charge of this group, probably not a Kenturian, probably nobody of any meaningful rank, but whoever was in charge of this quickly put together squad. And he does step forward, and both of you are still kind of just standing there trying to figure out what the hell just happened, because they did just immediately bamf away. He takes a step forward and raises his chin. He doesn't say anything, just raises his chin questioningly. His sword still drawn, not pointed at you, but just sort of down to the side. Just like, are we doing this?
Oh, it's not gonna do nothing.
Where have your comrades gone?
I have no idea. I need to talk to Aquila and find out what the heck's going on here.
You should be detained for questioning.
What? I didn't even do anything. I literally backed up. I did not help them. I didn't hurt you. I need to go talk to Aquila and find out what is happening, what did and what they did.
Make me a persuasion check with advantage.
Hey, okay, advantage, persuasion. Not very persuasive.
It's not great, but you at least have advantage. Okay.
Okay, 16.
You just deeply inhale. Querence. You two, follow me. We'll find your employer together. He leaves with the two of you. He motions for the two of you to leave, and follows out behind you. One of the other 6 does step outside of the room, and the other 4 stay in the room and just sort of look around at an empty room. And I suppose your intention is to make your way back to the conference room.
Yes.
Okay. We'll follow you as you walk down the hallway, but quicker than you can move as we flow through the hallways and find ourselves to Aquila. You walk in a few paces behind Querent Black, who you're sure he's noticed you walking with him, but has not made any sort of remark or motion towards it, and is simply moving in his very stoic, very trained, matter-of-fact, very precise, but lightly stepping path out of this administrative building.
Right.
He doesn't say anything, whether he's waiting for you or whether he doesn't care, and you don't know, but...
I was going to say, can I get any sort of read off of him?
Make me an insight roll, but it's going to be real high. This guy does not give away much.
I figured, but
And you're kind of
trying.
looking at the back of his head.
Oh, I didn't.
Yes, Mix Black
6,
is...
and I got a 9.
Mix Black is... Yeah, they're hard to read. Like I said, they're very stoic. They're very matter-of-fact. Where can I... It's a better place to put this. You don't notice any buildup of tension. If he does have a heightened state of awareness or stress, you haven't picked up on any of the signs. His shoulders are straight. You don't notice any clenching in his jaw. His gait is moving with purpose, but relaxed. He's not even fast walking. He is simply extending his gait to the maximum that is natural. It's not long stepping, not fast walking, just moving in a very trained, practiced way to be the most efficient. And again, does not really regard you in any real fashion.
Yeah.
Presumably, as a querent yourself, he's probably going back to the church or whatever other wherever else they headquarters themselves to set up some sort of as you said, more discreet, more effective, more efficient means of investigating and
Yeah.
containing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I expected he was
Mhm.
doing.
Would you like to simply follow him?
Yeah.
Okay.
For now, at least.
For now, at least. We'll say, because this is all happening at the same time. You get outside of this administrative building and pretty much down a lot of steps. This is very much it's built on a hill. This palace is built on a hill, and the administrative function buildings next to it. So you walk down quite a lot of steps and make your way down to that lower end of the administrative sector, where you previously were. Some of the lower outbuildings, record-keeping facilities, warehouses, and guard post, where you previously were about a week and a half ago, and begin making your way out into central Sann'Kett. By the time you get about there, Tali, you've made it to the conference room where she and the other three previously were. It is, however, empty.
All right, I'm going to cast Sending on Aquila.
Okay.
I'm going to say, where are you? I'm coming to find you. I have some questions.
Ooh, I'm in trouble. So, could I tell if we are heading towards the church at this point?
You're just now stepping out into central Sann'Kett.
Okay. Well, then I guess
You're
I would
not heading
tell-
anywhere. I mean, you can assume you're heading towards the church, but you have not made any real progress towards it. You're just outside of the administrative center.
Okay. Yeah, then I'd be like, I'm just stepping into central Sann'Kett. Probably going to the Church of Tenbrea.
Okay.
Yeah, Tali's walking in that direction immediately.
With Zevy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Point of
with Zevy.
order, Tali. You don't know where the church is. You've never been
Nope.
there. It's never been pointed out to you.
I'm going to find it. I'll ask for directions on the way.
Okay. Okay, so this is going to take a little longer than I expected.
Oh, we're doing things Jack doesn't expect. Yay.
Ander and Shliva and Krushka.
Yeah.
You all, with Dimaliba, find yourself in a back alley somewhere.
All right.
Well, I'm glad I had that prepared. And here you were giving me trouble. Well, not so much trouble as concern.
That wasn't me. I was actually kind of glad to see you doing it. But yes, I am glad you had that prepared as well. Now,
Unfortunately, this city is very different from the one I left 2 millennia ago.
yes.
I got us out. Now what do you suggest we do about what I can only assume is some rather important figures seeking us?
Indeed. I would suggest we find allies, and I think I know where to go.
Okay.
Yeah, we should probably go find those hairdresser ladies.
Yep. Yes, that was my thoughts as well. I just need to get my bearings.
So indeed,
So-
my heiresses have preceded me.
I believe they
warms my
go
heart.
by the Weavers now, but it would definitely appear to be an offshoot of your group, yes.
That pleases me greatly. Please.
All right. And so I suppose looking around, do I recognize anything? Can I get my bearings at all?
Anders done very little exploration of the city, really. I mean, you'll eventually be able to either ask somebody if you want to interact with anybody, or eventually be able to find your way to some place familiar, either you or perhaps even Demoliba. But how do you plan on getting from where you are to the Weavers? Or I should say, what, if any, precautions are you taking?
Well, I definitely want everyone to stay within arm's reach of me so that if we get to I don't want to cast invisibility just yet because then that makes sticking together difficult. But I want to be ready to reach out, touch both of them, and cast invisibility if need be, in case we, get into a situation where we can't avoid guards or anyone who recognizes us. Now, hopefully, it'll also take a little bit for the news to get out. So we have that on our side.
Are you
Akrishka.
planning on moving stealthily, trying to stick to back alleyways, creeping along? Or are you trying to just blend in with any crowds you can find? Or are you just bolting?
Definitely not just bolting. So I don't want to go full on stick to back alleys skulking because that's just going to slow us down. And for the time being, we do have the advantage of it takes a minute for news to travel.
Right.
Your average guard on the street is not going to know that what just happened for at least a little bit.
Yeah.
That being said, Demoliba also probably attracts some attention. She's dressed in an older style, but it's not so far out that probably everyone and their mother, I'm assuming, just stops and stares. It's if you, that's interesting. And then probably keep going about your day.
Yeah.
So, taking as direct a route as I can, I'm okay with being on more traveled roads. Probably trying to get out of the administrative area fairly quickly, and then after that, trying to be as direct as possible. If we see any kind of increased guard presence, probably start moving more back alleys, but that's going to slow us down more than I'd like to.
Sure. Okay, as you sort of creep your way down to the opening of this back alley to peek your head around, try to get your bearings, you head back to the other two in time to see Shliva pat Krushko on the head, and the giant badger shrinks into a little rat. Little ratikins, little rat.
That's a good idea. All right. And explain the plan I just said to them.
Okay, so everything you said was very true. Go ahead and make me a charisma stealth check.
Okay.
And this is your blending into the crowd.
Social stealth.
Social stealth, yeah.
In theory, Anders shouldn't be half bad at that.
Now, neither Shliva nor Demoliba are doing you any favors because they both stand out for very different reasons.
Yes.
And might not fully follow your lead, but I'm going to apply those more as modifiers than dealing with advantage and disadvantage and whatnot. Okay.
Not awful.
So, the camera, if there were one, splits into 3 different panels here as we quickly time jump forward a bit.
Everyone moving.
Yeah, everybody moving in more or less different directions.
We're montaging.
Yeah, we're montaging at this point. Aquila, you are making your way with Mix Black towards the Church of Tembrea.
Mhm.
You, of course, know where you're going because you're familiar with this
Mm.
church.
And the city.
Yeah, and the city in general. Tali and Shliva, with a guard in tow.
Sevgi?
Again, Tali and Sevgi, with a guard in tow, after some convincing of allowing the two of you to move really out of his immediate jurisdiction, out into the city where you are far less secure, he does relent again because you are telling him exactly where you were going. You were going to Church of Tenbrea, presumably under orders of your superior, the Queer and Tequila. So he's going to go along with that and will more or less be able to get you in that direction. The Church of Tenbrea is not a widely visited church, but he'd be able to get you there eventually. And then Ander is leading this group of the rather, maybe not flamboyant, but very, very much head-turning Demaliba in outdated but very fine, very appealing, and very eye-catching dress. And Shliva, and Shliva, who draws attention in very different ways and is moving about in her own way, both I assume in wonderment of how large the city is and anxious about how large this city is.
Hood up, eyes down.
Yep. So not entirely inconspicuous, but for now, nobody's bothering you. Ander, you're not exactly 100% sure where you're going because you really only know the way to the Weaver's establishment from the direction of the library, the main Sannite public library. So you're wandering around for a bit, getting a little concerned, a little anxious. You do pass by several different guard patrols, though none of them seem immediately... They don't seem to be at a heightened state of alert just yet. You do just walk straight past them. And you get to a turn where it opens up into, or exits out of one of the forums, one of the courtyards. And you see a tall half-orc woman in big, heavy, but very ornate high-heel boots. Skirt cut high on one side. She has rings on her tusks, which are smaller than normal half-orc tusks, perhaps filed down to some level of vanity, and her hair shaved down on both sides, but otherwise cascading in a deep black down to about one shoulder. You would recognize this woman.
Yes, I was trying to find where I wrote her name at, but...
This is Arshot.
Okay.
She looks over to you with a smile and simply raises a hand and motions for you to follow her.
And just kind of sighed to mention to my two compatriots, follow the half-orc.
Presumably, whether it catches you off guard or not, waiting for you.
I was actually kind of hoping.
And she will lead you to the Weaver's establishment. what do you call a seamstress place? Boutique, the weaver's boutique, which is actually specifically called the what did I have it as? I had a good name. Where did it go?
Let's see, do I have it?
You have the sign. Because it's denoted as a sign pictorial rather than an actual, spelled out. But I do have it. I don't have it somewhere. Oh well, it's not terribly important because it's not, actually on the sign. But it is a mythical creature from ancient Sannite lore belief. This sort of elongated large cat that looks serpentine, has 6 legs, and has these whiskers coming from its forehead that flow out quite far. It is a... I know the word. It's like coatl, but it's not coatl because coatl is a winged snake. It's the large cat version. They're in like every Final Fantasy. It's derived from that.
Metaplepus?
No.
No.
Oh, that's
Closest word I know is axolotl, but that's a lizard, I think. Some kind of amphibian.
That's some amphibian thing.
Yeah.
This
okay. So
bothers
it's
me.
not
I have it written somewhere.
That was in...
It's a serpa curl.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say, I had the date that that happened, but...
Yeah. The serpa curl boutique. For all that matters.
Rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, serpa curl boutique.
It curls right off the tongue, in fact.
You are escorted to this boutique. There are actually, in fact, some patrons here. Whether they're in the loop or not, whether they're enthralled or not, you're not sure, but there are people in the front end of this boutique, this seamstress shop, comparing fabrics and looking at things. The 4 of you and a giant badger walk into the shop and are... Actually, yeah, it's the rat now. You're right. There is no giant badger. Just a little rat, probably tucked away somewhere. Move through the shop again, back down that hallway and through a curtain of layered silks and whatnot, and make your way back into the opulent, gold-paneled, highly decorated, highly muraled, sconced pleasure chambers of this small cult. There is a pleasant smell of spiced tobaccos and spiced wines and incense. There's a low-hanging smoke and a low din of a number of hushed conversations going about. There are probably, as before, 8 to 10 other very attractive women in here who seem to be surrounded by young men and sometimes even women of various quantities of dress and enthrallment. And these groups are eating out of the hand of these individuals, sometimes literally. You are brought back to one of these large circular cushions, almost like a small circular bed, and brought back there to meet the other 2 you are familiar with, Mekipse and Titasi. This is Shliva's first time being here, of course, and it's very different from anywhere else you've been, though that's an easy comment to make, really. But there is literal gold paneling on the bottom halves of all of the walls surrounding this room, etched with various different pictures of throughout history and motifs. Um, a lot of which reminds you of the tomb you were just so very eager to get out of, but a lot nicer and not underground.
Also, no sand ghost trying
Yeah.
to murder us.
Very true. Yeah.
This place is pretty shiny for somewhere that cuts hair.
I suppose on occasion we do cut our hairs, of course.
My friend is confused on your name.
Ah. Yes, from what I had gathered, she is not very familiar with cities and civilization.
Not very.
Seemed much
Yes.
more comfortable out in the desert.
Indeed.
It's a little better out there, but there's not so many trees. I like trees.
There's unfortunately not many trees outside of the city walls.
Oh no, there's a lot, just not immediately outside. Anyway,
Well, since you two seem to be fairly up on our travels, not much.
As you are saying this, actually, and I assume this is being said pretty much as soon as you were walking into this room, as Demon Liba follows in trail of you, every head turns. Both Weaver and their enthralled suitors, every head turns and follows her in, and you can see there's a slight pause of recognition. Some of them get it, some of them don't, and have to be told or have to be pulled. But
I was about to make an introduction.
the women who previously were top of this scrumptious little food chain have now taken a knee. Heads bowed, seemingly recognizing their queen. Arashat sort of leads you up to the other two, who pretty much seem to be in charge of the Weavers, these three. And as she walks up to Mekipse and Titasi, turns, and regardless of whatever you are trying to say, the three of them stand up, bow real low, and transition straight into a kneeling position. And Mekipse is the first to speak out.
My queen, it is... I stumble for my words. I am taken aback that you are still with us. We had been without your guidance for so long.
Demon Liba will take a stride forward and run her fingers through her hair, cup down to her chin, and pull up enough just to motion for them to rise.
Ah, much better. Would you not agree, Ander, this is where a queen belongs, amongst her court?
It's much nicer than the desert, and definitely beats where we were, so I'm a fan.
I had a suspicion from earlier that you were somehow associated with myself and who I used to be. I'm glad that you have returned me to my people, my true people, those who remember the proper line of succession. Now I believe you had something to say.
Well, I was going to make introductions, but it appears that's not really necessary.
No,
Steals
for
a
the
little bit
time
of the
being.
fun, but
Yes. It is enjoyable to be in a place where you are immediately recognized for who you are. I very quickly grew tired of this Lewissa disguise.
appreciate you suffering through it.
She is actually speaking ancient Sans.
Oh.
Of course, she is translating in your head for this as long as you are open to it. I mean, if you close your mind off, which you can do, but you won't be able to communicate with her. But because she doesn't really speak anything but ancient Sans. However, the Weavers do seem to understand.
Well,
I
And
suppose
just-
now I must reassess my travel plans. I was not immediately made aware that I still held such court.
to be fair, I wasn't quite sure how much there was either, because there's more people here now than there were before, right?
I mean, important
Oh.
people, one or two.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then. Well, Aquila was not as much of a fan of coming back here. I was going to introduce you to Moriadessa first, and then make the trip back if need be.
Well, I'm glad I was not spirited away from my own city without meeting my faithful subjects. We will converse, and I will get back to you as to whether I still require your services. I
Kind of
assume,
nod.
while you are here, that you can partake in whatever pleasures my court has to offer you.
Suppose at this point, since I'm probably stuck here for a little bit.
With that, she
That
sort of
is
claps and begins walking somewhere. Presumably, she doesn't know the layout of this building, but starts walking towards some further room. And the three of them do pretty much immediately follow. There doesn't seem to be any, hesitation or question to it.
Gonna look back at Shliva.
yeah. We really shouldn't stay here. I don't think. I mean, it's probably pretty easy to find this place. And I think we just made a bunch of different people mad.
The mad part, definitely. As for how easy this place is to find, I would disagree. I think they're fairly good at keeping secrets. I don't
Maybe.
plan on living here forever by any means, but it's a good enough place to come up with a plan. Also, at least there's food.
There is.
Yeah, they never brought us any in the other place.
No, they did not.
Should we tell the others where we are now?
Not until we figure out who stands, where everyone's head is on this.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a couple of weeks now. It really helps to know what everybody wants, she just teeters away to a table and start eating something awkwardly.
Fair point. And Andrew just grimaces like someone just shanked him.
Well, while you wait, there is an assortment of cured meats and even grilled meats. There's basically kebabs with various meats on there, different grilled vegetables. There's an assortment of fresh cut fruits available. Bottles of wine that are being passed around by some of the other women who will, noticing you and the company you keep, sort of raise a bottle towards you. Some of them sort of very slightly opening up and motioning towards either of you. A few of the throng of people out and about would approach and sort of kind of gingerly just like put a hand on your arm just to see if they're welcome. If not, they'll go,
The
fawn
first
over someone
person who
else.
comes up to me, I pull the rat out of my cloak, and I just set the rat down on the ground, and I end concentration on the spell.
Okay. Surprisingly enough, this young man who comes up to you really doesn't seem to be all that taken aback. Just kind of looks at the situation. There's the very slightest hint of confusion to his brow before he smiles and saunters back to the woman he was previously knelt down besides and goes back to rubbing her thigh.
This place is way weirder than that first place we went to.
That's just the first place.
The Baylor.
The big red guy with the horns that Chibi took us to.
Ah,
That was really weird and loud. This is really, really weird.
yes. I don't disagree.
There are also various long pipes on various tables, different bowls of bitter-smelling liquid if anyone were to investigate. Presumably, there's plenty here. Whatever your vice is can be met. If you care to indulge, though I assume, knowing you two, you are either too innocent to or too distracted to.
Probably eating, and
All right.
at this point, probably having a drink.
So one of the women does sort of tilt a bottle in your direction. You shrug and smile back, and she hands it to another one of these young, muscular, oiled, shirtless men who brings it over to you with a glass and pours it and lifts it up to your lips.
Thank you.
You grab it from him, and he shrugs and
I try to be
turns
polite
around.
about it.
Yeah.
I don't just like grab it. It's like,
Right.
Thank
I was waiting
Right.
for you to have his like pecs jumping, doing that thing with his pecs.
Yep. Anything in particular you would like to play out here before we switch over to somebody else? There was mention of... Sorry.
I've done everything I needed to.
There was mention of reaching out, but that was kind of, we don't know where everyone's at right now, so up to you whether you want to take your book out.
I'm going to give it a little bit, because I imagine, while at the same time, while we're trying to find things, other people are doing things.
Mhm.
So I was going to give it a little bit, and then check in once things have progressed, and possibly when I see what Dimaliba's doing.
Okay.
For the moment, Andrew's taking a minute to come down for the fact that they just became fugitives.
So we'll leave the two of you with Ander slowly sipping, probably the best wine he's ever drank. And zoom out of this unusually decadently opulent chamber in some little shop somewhere down an alleyway and pull back out towards a large basilica. Dark clay tiles on the roof. A single short spire in the center of this building. Nothing as tall or nearly as opulent or complex as, say, a much later style cathedral, but in a very late Romanesque basilica fashion. You are brought to these large these large iron double doors at the center of this long basilica church. Again, without even really regarding you in any fashion, he reaches into this sort of long jacket he wears, ye olde long suit, and pulls out a key, a big key, a lot bigger than the one you've previously seen that opened up a much smaller door. This is a big iron key, but like the other one, the teeth on the end of the key are sharp. He simply, just in one easy motion, pulls it out of his jacket and slides it against his palm and sticks it into the door and turns. And probably just at the last possible second, turns his head just a little bit and reaches back and taps you on the shoulder as you are both engulfed in darkness.
Ah, this is familiar. Sure, it's no more comfortable than it was the first time.
No. It's very disorienting. I mean, you know you're standing on something solid, but you don't see the floors, you don't see any walls, you don't see him, you don't see your hand in front of your face.
Yeah, no, I remember that part. Yeah. Is all the sound muffled again?
Yes, you can sort of just barely hear your footsteps, like you're walking on a gym mat or something. And through this sort of muffled from the bottom of a well or underwater sort of distortion of your voice, you do hear Black speak.
Well, your investigation perhaps could have concluded in a much more efficient manner. But what's done is done. I am only as enlightened to your goals as you had previously described to me. What is it now that you plan to do to see your mission to success?
No, I have to find Dimaliba. Again.
That is, in fact, exactly what we are made to do.
Yeah.
It seems you have chosen poorly in the company you keep.
I had suspected he was compromised in some way.
And yet did nothing.
I tried to reason with him at first.
There's a pause. You can't see him, but there's a pause.
I suspect by how you speak of these individuals that they were not simply employed for this
No.
venture.
No, most of us have traveled together for a while. I had been granted permission by my Pack Alpha to operate separately.
It did seem unusual to me that you worked away from your own kin. I did not sense the beast blood within either of the others.
No, they are not of the order.
It is rare to find a wolf on her lonesome.
This group, they keep stumbling into important things. It seemed a poor idea to ignore that.
Are they stumbling, or are they causing? One is simply unfortunate, while the other is dangerous.
He's given us a lot of credit.
Yes, he is. Like, well, most of them I can guarantee do not have ill will.
You may hold your reservations up until they endanger the Empire and her people. I hope that time is not upon us.
I hope not either.
Since it seems you know your comrades better than you let on, would it be easier to track the ones you know? Could you reach out, in a way, draw them forth? You have insight into how they would work, where they would go, what lengths they would take to achieve whatever their goals are.
Yes. I know that Ander had before we discovered that Timaliba was alive, had wanted to deliver her remains to a different group.
You can't see him, of course, but there is a pulse.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those, it's weavers or something, but that's... It seems like they were trying to think of the word or phrase, basically sort of, group descended from the those who worshipped Dimalibo back in the distant past.
Do you know how to find this group?
I do not know where they are. He didn't tell me about this until we were nearly to her resting place. Which is, again, why I think he was compromised and why I do not trust them. Well, why I do not trust them is from what I saw the last time we had met.
You have traveled with these people for some time, and you are perhaps the most presently aware of this ancient queen.
Mm.
Would you have any suggestions for how we continue beyond assembling an entire inquisition to comb the city? Given these events, I would be surprised if the prefect does not declare martial law, set up checkpoints,
Yeah.
bar the gates and the ports.
But if they can just teleport away, will those be effective?
Only to the extent of her powers, which again I believe you are the most aware of. You
She-
perhaps could tell me.
Yes. The tomb, I mentioned it collapsed. She was the cause of the collapse. She had the others help her, supplying her with, I'm supposing, arcane energies.
The old
I've seen the sort
magics.
of thing where, I've seen the sort of thing where it takes multiple people to cast a larger spell before.
Yes.
That was what it looked like.
Potentially troubling.
She's capable of quite powerful magic that way, but it takes time. I don't know what she can do all on her own.
She is presumably not on her own.
No, but there's a difference. You know this. There's a difference between something taking several minutes and something taking 6 seconds.
Only when pressed for time.
Fair. I know that they were planning to go to a place in Genavia.
That is quite far.
Yes.
I would doubt that a 2,000-year-old ruler of an ancient city would have any knowledge of that region.
No.
Without that knowledge, it would be unlikely for any immediate facilitated translocation.
Yes, and there were plans for chartering a ship.
That will have become much more difficult now. Unless, of course, they are swift. We should then secure the ports.
He did say that the Weavers seemed like people of means.
If they are descendants, extensions of the group that we have seen in the past, then that very well could be true.
Yes.
In which
If
case,
they're anything like those ones, then they may have quite a lot of means.
She may even have enough influence to cause a stir for power here in Sann'Kett.
Yes, I think she wishes to reclaim the throne. Or maybe, or at least reclaim power.
I would not expect that to be beneficial to the
No.
Empire.
I don't think so.
Then we must see that it does not happen.
Mm.
She should, if possible, be detained. There is much we could learn from her. Of course, if she is too dangerous to keep, you know we are not
Mhm.
greedy in our pursuit of advancement and knowledge. If deemed necessary, she will be put down. I fear, however, the greed of the arcane census and the
Yes.
pride of the prefect may
Mm.
do more to endanger the city than protect it. I shall inform my fellow Death Seekers. However, she is not dead, and therefore I believe the hunt is yours.
Tolly, you get to this basilica.
Fine.
Did you
Fine.
did you have
I didn't
something
have
immediate
anything
to
else to
respond?
say.
I mean,
Yes.
if you have something immediate to say, go ahead.
Yeah.
That felt like a natural break to me, but go ahead.
I know, but it was one of those where it's like, I hunt with diminished numbers, was what she was going to say.
Yeah. Tali and Sevgi, you make it to this basilica. Large, dark stone, dark tiled roof. Ornate stained glass windows that are difficult to really make out much of because it's blacks and dark grays and deep purples and heavy blues. Mostly night sky or a depiction of presumably a woman kneeling on her own. Sometimes the notions of the holy symbol of Tenbrea, a knotted mass of black and dark gray cloth. You make it to the main doors of this basilica, these large iron doors. They are heavy, but you can open them up, and on the inside is a polished marble floor of black marble. Very few inclusions of white that make it look almost like the night sky. It is, however, very dark in here. There is, for the size of this basilica, not nearly enough candles in here to light it, and the dark tinted windows block most of the sunlight. So you can see dotted just down the main central line of the shallow end of this building and sticking out through the long, the length of this basilica is every 10 feet or so, a dim burning candle that illuminates just enough to see where you're going if you're sticking to the center of this building, but you can just barely make out to the periphery of your vision with, especially with dark vision. It's dim, you don't get a lot of details, but you can see that there are several alcoves where there are, not all of them, but many of them have people knelt down silently, unmoving. There is not much going on here, and it's dark.
I'm gonna send another sending to Aquila. I'm here at the church. Where exactly are you right now?
You do get that, Aquila.
Muted.
I was gonna say, that's a good question. Because it's like in a black void somewhere.
Right. Okay. Guess I'll go from alcove to alcove, trying to find Aquila.
Tequila has dark vision now. That wouldn't be a black void.
Aquila, do you have anything more to bring up with Queer and Black?
Probably, but not that I can think of right the second. It's just one of those. It's like any way to get to get reinforcements to help.
He did say he would enlist the aid of his Death
Okay,
Seekers.
I wasn't sure if that was
that will mainly be to for their own investigation and to look into, say, the ports and keep an eye on the census and the military. I mean, unless you really press for somebody to come with you, they're probably going to do their own thing.
fine. I don't want to be like, I need you to hold my hand. No. Can do this.
Well, then I suppose your intention is to leave this black void.
Yes.
So you walk in a direction, presumably, and you once again find yourself at a fountain.
All right, guess I'll take a drink.
Okay, you take a drink. It's cool, refreshing water.
Yeah. Because why not get a drink anyway?
Yeah, it is just water, presumably. It doesn't affect you in any strange way, but you take a moment just to steel yourself, try to clear your mind or focus your mind. Probably stand up again with purpose and turn to some direction, a random direction, presumably, but the direction you turn in does lead to a door.
Cool. Gonna try and go out then.
You walk your way over the door, which is a little further away than it looked to be, and grab the handle. And you find yourself, presumably, to the other side, the back side of this basilica. To anybody, there is a wall around this place. But there is also what looks like a cellar chamber. To your knowledge, you may have just apparated, just teleported in front of this door, but anyone who might not have immediately see you teleport could assume that you just walked out from the cellar.
Right. Magic. I guess I'm gonna walk out into the...
You move around the basilica and back inside to go try to find Tali, Sevgi.
I can sniff her out.
Okay. Yeah, you can, in fact.
Well,
The three of you come together inside the basilica.
Is there some place we can go to talk? Here?
Your voice echoes
Anywhere.
as you speak, and it's strange and a little unnerving, even if it wouldn't normally be so to you, to break such deathly silence of this building.
Yeah, Akil is basically just going to gesture for them to go outside.
That's all it follows.
There is a soldier in tow, so unless you want to try to scare him off, push him away, or ditch him, he's going to follow you.
All right.
I'm with Aquila now. Do you still need to follow me around?
This is querent business.
You have the ear of the prefect. I assume you will keep him apprised.
Yes.
Can I be of any further assistance?
I don't suppose you could look up weaver shops, could you?
As in basketry.
No, cloth.
I believe there are many, many seamstresses and the like in this city.
Yes, I suspect there are. High end, I would suspect. It is relevant, I promise.
I will endeavor to compile a list. It may take some time.
Understood, but thank you for your effort.
Turns on a heel and walks away.
Cool. Whether or not he does anything.
You are out on a fairly main street. You could, as I said, there is a short wall around this this basilica.
Yeah, I
with
was wondering
plenty
if there
of
was any
hedges
sort of little courtyard or
whatnot.
whatnot.
Yeah, you can move off into like the back sort of garden area.
Yeah. Well,
So, what happened in there? What did you tell them?
I can't. I told them about Timaliba. I can't do another repeat of Rush Kair. I just can't.
Okay, and did you not consider how that would affect anybody else, or consider telling us what you were going to do?
I considered both of those things, but I also suspected that Ender had been compromised in some way.
Compromised how?
Well, he's been intent on, again, before we found out that Dimaliba was alive, he wanted to take them to these weavers. We don't know who they are, and it seems odd for him to trust them so easily. Not.
And you didn't think that anyone else should know that he was probably compromised?
I believe I raised it before in front of the entire group.
Did you really? I don't remember that.
Sort
It
of.
was a one-on-one conversation.
She definitely questioned his intent.
It was a Actually, that conversation happened in the bubble while Tali was unconscious.
No, there were earlier conversations. At least one earlier conversation, because I remember Tali more or less siding with Ander.
Maybe in a much more minor, less confrontational manner, or less direct manner. But regardless.
Do you remember I remember you saying you wanted to take it back to the queer and Ander mentioning the Weavers, but there wasn't any mention of Ander being compromised.
Right.
Okay, maybe not that exactly, but you know. That's fair.
So
Well, he can. I expect you would side with him.
if he's
If for no
compromised,
other,
I
if
would
for no other,
try
if
to
for no other
help.
reason, because he can talk a lot better than I can. He can be much more
If
convincing.
you have concerns, you should still let us know that it's a possibility so that we can take action about it. Like I could have, I don't maybe dispelled some magic or something on him. If it's a spell.
You always seem a bit hesitant to use. Well, no, there are times where you aren't, but then other times you are inconsistent. Sometimes you want to use all of your spells, and sometimes you don't want to use any of them.
Depends on the circumstance. I
Mm-hmm.
if one of my group mates, like my teammates, are compromised, I would want to know so I can try to figure out or help out with the situation.
Would you have believed me over him?
I mean, I would have considered it, and I mean, it doesn't hurt to try dispel magic or something, or just or what is it, and curse or whatever the spell's called. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I mean, I could
Remember what your spell is.
like dispel magic, and the other one is something about curses. But I could have done something like just to try out.
You're right. You could have. But I did not think that I would be believed or not considered seriously.
Each decided to make the choice for all of us then.
To be fair, I didn't know that they were going to go in like that.
Didn't think
And I
that they
would have preferred talking to Mixed Black alone. But they were all there. And I couldn't let the opportunity of telling him go.
Sevgi is going to speak up as the DM's mouthpiece.
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Maybe we should focus now on finding them, having some
Yes,
sort of plan to either stop them or join them. I'm not really sure which
Well-
one we were going with.
That's what I was going to do next, but I want to make sure we can actually trust Aquila first.
I don't think
I'm
it
right
does
here.
any of us any good to start mistrusting each other. Should you reach out to them and ask them what they're doing? Do you have more of those?
Yeah, I do. Oh, I'll go ahead and cast thing on Ander.
It's not awkward at all.
Hey, are you and Shliva and Krushka okay? Did you make it someplace safe? What's going on?
Stephen, you are muted.
Thank you. Sorry. I didn't want to risk interjecting in things. Yes, we're safe for the moment. Are you and Sevki okay? They didn't.
You're at 13 words.
Yeah. Wait.
Just keep going. I'll cut you off when it happens.
They didn't lump you in with us, did they? That's, yeah.
All right, I'll cast it again.
Oh, right. But
um,
Ander, if you want to try to cut her off with your book, you can do so.
yeah, I was gonna say, can I pull my book and scribble faster than
Yeah.
she can cast?
Yeah.
Don't bother. Are you too safe?
yeah, the soldiers let us, I guess, go. We found Aquila. Where are you?
If you're with Aquila, I don't know if that's the smartest thing to tell you. No offense.
He's like, no, I understand. I'm not sure how I feel about her right now either, honestly. But she seems
Literally
at least
right here.
well, this is all telepathical.
I was gonna say, didn't we establish that sending you have to actually say it out loud for the
It's not
reply?
sending.
It's not sending.
Yeah, because
Oh,
he's using
so-
his book.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I thought it was
So it's
I
all
thought it said that it
telepathic.
was as sending.
It works similarly, but considering
okay.
one side of it is completely inaudible, it makes sense the other side is.
That's fair. I don't remember. I just remember. I don't remember the specifics of your spell. I just remember how we've done sending before.
It functions like it, but I would say that considering most of Anders' magic and abilities are mental, it would make sense that you could just think a response.
It has not been important before, and for now I'm just going to say it's mental.
Right. If I or Sevki, God damn it, Jack. If I or Shliva, and I thought about it for a second and still, you're like a virus.
I'm only human.
Okay,
If I or Shliva got caught and they know who she is, they're going to question us. Not good.
well, Aquila seems at least partially remorseful about the situation. She said she didn't think that they were going to do that. So, yeah.
You know what? An interesting way to do this spell, because it actually does appear on the book. Instead of Tali verbally speaking the reply, Tali, you have to write it out in the air.
Cool, I can do that.
God, that would be difficult.
It doesn't have to be perfect,
need
but
a
you have to
pen,
go
right?
through the motions.
Funky looking handwriting.
It's probably entirely mental, but you focus that mental, because you're not used to telepathy, so you focus that mental communication through the muscle memory of writing. Yeah. Sorry, continue.
I forget where we're at. Either way, it was going to raise suspicion if they knew who she was and we were traveling with her.
Okay, so I'm writing on my hand. How do you think we should the word? What do you think we should do after this then? Because I don't know what I'm doing anymore. This is confusing.
Join the club. uh, I was still hoping to possibly make it to Rosh Kair. Whether that'll happen now, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it'll be hard to get a boat now that everyone's probably looking for you and Shliva and Dimaliba. And I guess we'll just meet each other somewhere at some point? Question mark?
Well, I can stay in touch if nothing else. Haha.
I'll call on holidays, I promise.
I'll get back to you after I'm done talking to Akila.
We'll keep each other up to date.
Keep me posted. Or if you want to talk to her directly, I mean, you can obviously do that too, but you know.
I would have if I wanted to.
Yeah, he says that he doesn't want to talk to you. Tell us where he is right now.
Shocker. Truly, the most shocking thing I've ever heard.
Cheeks hurt.
So, was there any plan?
We have to find them.
Are they going to help with that?
If
Or are
find them,
we,
they're gonna.
like,
No,
against
going
each
to
other
help me.
now?
They're certainly not going to help me with that. And I can't say I completely blame them. If I was in their position, I wouldn't want to help me either.
Neither would I.
Yes, I get it. You're disappointed in me. I'll live.
I did give you the reason why, Tali.
Yeah. So,
Like-
for after all of this, or
But I missed the first part of what you said.
so did you have a plan for after all of this went down?
I
Or
had a plan before all of this went down. I said we need to find them.
Well, if we're still trying to get back to Genovia, I may be able to help with that.
Hmm?
But I'd need something over there. I planned on going to the census to see about a gate, a teleportation circle, because I think I figured out how to do that. I haven't done it yet because we haven't needed it, and I don't know any addresses, but they should. I'm not sure if that's gonna work anymore though.
No.
Maybe someone else? Regina?
Eugene,
Or-
it's a possibility.
We do have the tablet if we need to talk to her.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't help with us not being on the same side right now.
I know. I'm not happy about it. I did think that it could turn out somewhat like this, but I had hoped it wouldn't. But Dimaliba is dangerous.
Well, that at least I can agree with. I didn't want to really bring her to Rush Carry either, but I didn't know what else to do.
No. And as I said, it's not like I necessarily went into this planning on things happening this way. Because I totally forgot that the prefect was going to want to talk to me. 'Cause that was a whole lifetime ago.
Well, I think you just have to convince Andrew that you're not out to get him now.
I was never out to get him. And if he hadn't
Whatever.
decided to go with Dimaliba, he wouldn't have painted the target on his back. Well, an extra target on his back.
Well, I guess we got to start looking.
I'm saying it's like, if it would be good if you could meet up with him, but I don't trust going to their shop. Because if they can compromise him, they could probably do the same to the rest of us.
All right. Well, I guess me and Sadie can probably go meet with him somewhere, and then you can wait for us somewhere.
Hmm. It's possible. But they are going to. Prefect is going to set up checkpoints and whatnot all over the place, I suspect. Also, I've more or less been told that's what's going to happen.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Too bad you couldn't talk to your current guy in private, because this would have been could
Yes.
have been avoided.
Yes. As I said, that's what I would have preferred.
Did you not ask him to talk in private, or is that not an option?
I didn't think the others would leave, especially if I asked to talk in private.
Didn't you have like the mouth reading thing? You could have just like mouthed it to him or something.
Well, I don't know if he has it. Because
Cut
that's
off.
not that was a feat.
I
That wasn't a
thought
class
everybody
thing.
do it.
No, that wasn't that's not a querent thing. That was the observant feat.
Ah. Also, when did you become a querent? You're not actually a querent, are you?
Technically, yes.
Oh.
It's because that's what Blood Hunter is in this world.
Interesting.
Is she technically anymore?
Fuck you, Steven. As far as people here are concerned, I am.
So
Well,
what are, because I feel like we're slowing down.
Okay.
What are we doing?
yeah, I gotta, I guess, You sending on Ander. Hey Ander, you did the chat again?
Do keep track of all your sending spells in case something pops
Yeah.
off again.
She always has that pearl of power she can use. Or she could upcast.
We'll have
Steven, you
higher level.
are muted.
Yeah, higher level.
Didn't we just talk?
Oh. he
Has
doesn't want to
the
talk to her.
situation changed?
Yeah, I can, but Holly was gonna try to meet with Ander without Aquila. So somewhere.
Yeah, played out.
Possibly. I'll get back to you. Let me see what's going on here first, so we have information.
So back at the
Okay.
boutique,
Yeah.
we find ourselves back in this decadent room as Krushka is just devouring a plate of kebabs.
I'm just picturing like a badger just rolling around.
Krushka is a badger of refinement. She can write her own name. She's
That's true.
Oh, that's right. She's probably eating
Yeah.
kebabs like
Yep.
you should.
she's sitting on a
dainty.
stool with one leg crossed and just See, there's some comedy in my D&D. No, she's still a badger, but yeah, she's eating some kebabs.
Okay. Has Dima Liba and her retinue come back out yet?
No.
They're doing secret things.
You were reading a whole lot there.
I was talking with Tali. Gonna just show the book and the last thing written.
Point of clarity, can I read anything that's written in this book? And also, I believe it disappears after a minute anyway.
No.
I think it
I
does
was-
disappear shortly after, and I think it would make
Okay.
sense to continue with your theme that it does come across in this weird,
Yeah.
unreadable Eldritch
Oh, yeah.
language that only Ander can read. It really is a super secure means of communication.
Yeah, I like that better too, actually.
So, yeah, Ander turns the book towards Shliva, and Shliva, you do get this strange language you've never seen before. It kind of gives you a headache even to look at it. You have no idea what it says before it just vanishes from the page. It just seems to sink, the ink just seems to sink back into the page and disappear.
Yeah, seems like she's doing fine.
Andrew does not realize. Well, they're safe at least. Want to figure out what Dima Liba's plan is, though, before we meet with them and figure out what the hell any of us are going to do right now.
Do we have any way to contact Mori? She might be able to help us.
I was thinking about that one.
You can
I
try
do-
praying.
Yeah.
The doc's gonna give him an aneurysm if he does that. Just start bleeding ooze from his nose and ears.
That is very true.
How does she normally talk to you guys? Just
Normally I-
show up? Just show up like she did before?
Generally speaking, yes. Most of the time when I'm in bed.
Maybe it's easier to access you via your dreams. Do you dream? Tali doesn't dream, right?
I do very much, unfortunately, sometimes.
We didn't roll for nightmares while Tali was unconscious. Oh well. Slipped by that one.
Got him.
Sorry.
Noticed it but didn't say anything.
No, I am half human. I still dream. Whether that is a good thing or not, it depends on the night. um, yeah, praying could be bad. You can try.
Okay. How do I do that?
Ugh.
I'm only kind of joking.
Like, how do I explain? Think really hard about.
Well, how less Adonic do you want to get? Because at a certain point, it requires at least one more person.
Oh. So, real quick, I do have one idea.
Mm.
So, let me reread this real quick before I say this and make sure I'm thinking correctly. So, when you cast Scrying, it says if the target knows you're casting the spell, it can fail the saving throw voluntarily. Can you choose to let the target know you're casting the spell? Like, not obfuscate who it is on the other end?
Sorry, say that again?
So, I don't want to link it in chat because it's a huge spell and I don't know how much it'll link, but let me just copy this. Here. Paste. Nope, that is not
There we go.
what I told you to paste. Do you find it?
Yeah, the target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by all kinds of sort of stuff.
Yeah.
If the target knows you're casting this spell, it can fail the saving throw. Yeah, I'll let you. Yeah, you have a very distinct sort of arcane dial tone, let's say, that they would recognize. A pull on the weave that feels very Ander and also probably slimy.
All right. I'm going to try casting, and this will definitely fail if she's not on this plane, but it's what I got because I don't think it works across planes.
No.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try it. We'll see. I am going to try and cast Scrying on Moria Dessa, specifically hoping she will pick up on it and possibly take the hint that, why is he poking at me? Yeah, creative or somewhat creative.
At least from your perspective, you focus on the scrying ritual, and if it succeeded, you would have spawned a scrying orb somewhere and be able to look out about your target. That does not happen.
Okie dokie. And I guess I don't know whether it failed because she was on a different plane or not.
No, you don't get that sort of feedback.
Okay. Well, at least it wasn't as violently failing as I tried to scry on Dimaliba. Okay, well. No idea whether that worked or not. Since in theory she could have just resisted it, but still have an idea of. Well, no, I guess if she knows me, she probably would. I don't know. It was worth an attempt.
Mm-hmm.
I marked it off. Well, I have no clue whether what I just tried worked. So if you want to try whatever kind of praying you can do. I'm not sure how. The way her religion works, it might get a little weird.
Oh, well, I'll try.
What does that look like?
So Shaliba is going to go find a quiet, tucked away corner that doesn't have anybody else in it, leaving Krushka some unskewered bits of meat.
Something's a little squeaky on your end.
Sorry, I have a fidget problem.
Yeah, no, I got you. That's why I'm always rocking back and forth. I keep my chair well oiled. Sorry, it was just hard to make out what you were saying.
Yeah. At what point?
You go to find a dark corner that nobody else is in, and you give Shliva some more meat. I think I got everything. Yeah, you're Shliva. You feed yourself, so no. Yeah, you and Krushka are in a corner somewhere.
Decidedly no meat for me, thank you, at all,
Right.
please.
Yeah.
Of any variety. Yeah, so I'm going to kneel down and stare into just black void nothingness against a wall or something. And I'm going to fold my hands together, close my eyes, and I'm going to think to myself, are you there, Maury? It's me, Shliva. We might have an issue getting Dimaliba back to your Roshi place. I think Akila might have said something, and now the whole city wants to kill us or capture us. I don't know. Anyway, I think Ander tried to talk to you, but you ignored him or something. Is that playing hard to get? Anyway, we're hanging out in this weird place. These shirtless guys and girls keep trying to feed us wine and grapes and stuff. I don't really like it here, but I think it's safe. I think you might like it here. Anyway, goodbye.
So that happens for a little bit. In that time, to move the scene forward, yeah, Dimaliba and her new court of weavers, the heiresses of Providence, once again, come out from the back room they were in, and she sits down on this circular cushioned bed, and the other three, one does sit behind her and just sort of rub her shoulders, while the other two kneel on the ground by her flanks.
Huh. Stand up and I'm going to approach and just kind of wait to be acknowledged. Not going to say anything until kind of given the go ahead.
She waits for a moment, probably just because it amuses her to make you wait.
Trying to play the game a little bit.
Well, once more, I must thank you for delivering me to my people. It seems humble as this place is. It is a good start.
So, what is your plan? Because I have to imagine that considering who was in that room with us beforehand, there's going to be large amounts of people looking for you.
Yes, that was unfortunate. I suppose, as my heiresses have informed me, that they have long used the methods I taught them so long ago to make sure that their voices are understood, if not always heard. After 2 millennia, as you say, the prospect of that does bore me.
Steven, can you're breathing again? Stop breathing.
Sorry.
I suppose there is still merit to what you initially proposed. The patronage I once learned so much from is no longer reduced to an amusing little plaything, and I would be very interested to learn who did that and how.
Well, she definitely
But
seems to be interested in you two.
I would not want to relinquish my rightful place here. I suppose my heiresses could go on doing as they had, preparing the city for when I am properly able to return. If you believe you can still escort me wherever I must be to meet with this cosmic being.
Well, that is what I plan to work on, if you were still open to the idea.
I would rather avoid any more overt mess. Anything
You
more
and
will
I,
make the reclamation of where I belong a lot more difficult.
I promise you I would like to keep this as quiet as possible too. I they won't exactly be friendly to me if they find me either. The Empire doesn't look kindly on those who get their abilities from anything other than the sanctioned sources.
A means of control, I'm sure.
Mm.
Well, I will see to it that this city no longer holds that bias once I have retaken my throne.
Mm.
So, we must find some way to spirit away from this fair city of mine.
Indeed. I don't suppose that teleportation spell of yours works longer distances if more people are involved.
No, not without knowing where I am going.
Yes, I suppose you have to have been there.
What of your friends? They chose not to join me.
They have much less to lose if they were caught. They can. Well, they are all sanctioned and legal, whereas I and Shliva have a little bit more to people to dig up. And I'm sure if they knew who you were, we were all going to be questioned for why we were traveling with you. I no doubt assume.
Yes?
Oh, is that why we both came?
I assumed, though I
Oh.
should have known better. That is why I came.
You're on
Yeah,
more...
I just want to make sure that she gets to Mori.
Well, that too. Moriadessa did seem interested in meeting her, and considering she probably kept us from dying in that tomb.
Well, your concern and your loyalty is continually appreciated.
Well,
I can only assume that the same cannot be said of Aquila.
Aquila is loyal to her order. We are friends, but at the end of the day, she finds it difficult to lie if it opposes her group's interests. I imagine that is what happened back there.
Well, it may be
And
difficult to keep her around.
I don't think it was malicious so much as she tends to crack under the pressure of those above her. A loyal soldier, just at the moment, on a somewhat opposing side. To be fair, she hasn't turned me in after this long, so. But I will try and reach out to Tali and Sevki and see what we can do.
Well, if we are to leave this city, we should do it soon. Else, I will have to be away with my heiresses and whisper into the ears of those malleable fools once again.
Yes, the longer we wait, the more difficult it is going to be anyway. But
Well,
I think.
See to it then.
And just kind of bow and walk away.
Chop chop, peasant.
Take out the book and back to Tali. Where would you like to meet? Where and when, I suppose.
That is a very good question.
I mean, feel free to make up a place if you want.
I'll come up with some, I guess. Well, I do need food. Restaurant.
Someplace we both know that we've been to in the city already.
The Busty Baylor, then?
That's a little high
Nah.
profile.
Like, that's literally the only place other than a clothing shop we've been to.
I mean, you
Or the
guys
Irish
had
Museum.
some time in the city. I mean,
Yeah, they have. I was
Never suspected.
you can go meet at another kebab shop. There's a lot of kebab shops in Sann'Kett.
Okay.
That
Yeah, we'll go
works.
to kebab
Yeah.
shop. Tali is
All right.
I would have gone with a bar that's, sort of smoky and quiet, someplace you're less likely to be noticed.
Kebab shop works.
You
Or
can
maybe
you can
one
go
of these
you can go to
gardens within the city.
Akhmarek's Kebabs.
Akhmarek's kebabs. Cool. Yeah, we're going to Akhmarek's kebabs.
You just wanted to name that shop.
No, that'll actually probably make me stand out more. Never mind. I was about to say would change to his old outfit because they don't recognize that, but like, no, that's going to stand out more.
Mhm.
I'm just going to stick with the traditional.
I mean, if you want clothes, there's probably some here, but you'd probably stand out even more.
No, I mean, I have the traditional like
Yeah.
Sann'Kett kind of,
Yeah.
so that's probably better anyway. Actually, it's like, oh, they've seen that, but like, oh, it's just a white robe. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to? Is Shliva coming along?
Was going to let Shliva know if she wants to come, or I would imagine if she thinks it's this uncomfortable here.
Is it a good idea for me to go with you? I mean,
The badger
eyes
is probably
follow me wherever I go anyway.
that is probably a fair point. Are you going to be okay here? I think at the moment we're somewhat under protection, so if you can stand the
Another young
strangeness.
woman perks up at "Are you going to be okay here?" And she just kind of slinks over and slides a hand down Shliva's arm.
I'm going to grab her wrist and like bend her arm back a bit. Please don't touch me.
She kind
Yes,
of
nicely.
grimaces at that
I think
and
she'll be fine.
goes back to whoever else she was with.
I think I'll be fine, but I can't guarantee everybody else's safety.
Oh, I'm more worried about you anyway, so that's okay. Also, remind me. Mental note of that.
Don't rub Shliva's arm.
Shliva can get scary when she wants to be.
Druids, man.
Yeah.
I'll be back. All right, and Anders gonna go meet with Tali.
Okay. Tali, are you telling Aquila to heal?
I would ask her to maintain her distance or like stay here and we'll meet with her later or something.
Okay. Aquila's not invited.
Yeah, sorry, Aquila.
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay.
Sevgi is welcome to come if Sevgi wishes, or Sevgi can stay with Aquila and make sure she doesn't leave. I don't know.
Make sure
Make sure she doesn't tell you. 'cause
Sevgi,
she
stay
can
here and make
track-
sure she doesn't leave.
Or, track you.
Yeah.
Considering that is kind of one of her skills.
Aquila knows there's one way to get Tali's trust back, so.
Well, I never said I was planning on following you.
Yeah, true.
I'm just pointing out that that's a logical thing. It's like, stay here to make sure she doesn't follow us.
Is that a concern? Are you telling Sevgi to do that?
Nah.
Okay.
Just want to give Aquila a chance.
So, because it
Oh,
could
thank
be
you.
interesting if Aquila follows, Sevgi is going to tag along and leave Aquila to her own thing. So, after a short amount of time, you guys can meet in an alleyway beside Akhmarek's Kebabs. Probably pick up a few kebabs.
Yeah.
Pick one up for me!
It's all right. He's been eating.
Definitely gonna have a kebab because they never showed up with their snacks.
Yeah, Shliva said the same thing.
Oh god, I'm not muted, sorry.
The guard that went for snacks rolled initiative underneath everything else that happened, so he didn't get there.
Yeah.
Anyway, in this alleyway, we of course have Ander and Shliva and Tali and Sevgi meeting to discuss how they're going to deal with the whole Demon Liba thing.
Schleva was actually
Oh, right,
hanging out
Schleva
at
stayed.
the
That's right, Schleva stayed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
because the Badger
Yeah,
and
Badger
to
brought
some
in
degree
some-
Schleva's whole thing draws attention. Well, glad to see you're okay.
Likewise.
This did not go remotely to plan. So, apparently Dima Liba is still open to going to Rosh Kair if we can get her there. Which, considering she has an entire group here dedicated to her, probably is better for everyone's interests.
Mm-hmm. Actually, real quick, you mind holding still for a second? I'm going to cast Dispel Magic at 5th level on Ander.
What?
Like, hold still for a
Okay.
second. I'm going to do this thing on you.
And yeah, so Dispel Magic at 5th level. Its DC is, I'm just going to throw it up here. 1 second. Before I forget, where the heck is it? It's in here somewhere on my list. There it is. Boo, why is it not sending? Well, either
I
way,
got it.
cool.
At 5th level?
That's why. Yes. That's why it wasn't sending because I didn't do the thingy. There we go.
Ander, you are no longer technically charmed by the Weavers. However, there is no... It's not like a break, like an immediate snap. There is no change to your current mind state. You are just more open to how things were. You don't know that you were charmed. You don't notice the break. You are just more open to your own lines of thinking that would have otherwise been opposed to Weaver influence.
Okay.
Like
That
you
was
you
just
still
in case.
remember it being a good idea to trust the Weavers.
Ah,
So it's not like you're immediately like, wait, the Weavers did something, I don't trust them. You still remember trusting the Weavers, but you are open to being persuaded otherwise now.
But it's one of those where you think about it, it's like, wait, was that a good idea?
Yeah, you might get something like that. At least long-term recollection, hindsight.
okay.
Really different? Oh.
Not especially,
Hmm.
but
Keela
Yeah.
thought you might compromised or something, so I thought I'd try that just in case.
Well, if I was, thank you.
You're welcome.
I
If
don't
it
know if I
works.
would. Yes. So, like I was saying, either way, ironically enough, because people knew who she was, we ended up doing the thing Aquila most didn't want to do. And she is now with the Weaver group. But she is still open to going to Rosh Kair, which I think is probably the best course of action, since leaving her with an entire group dedicated to her that she can siphon power from.
Yeah,
Well,
that
if
doesn't
we don't want the city taken over by her, which I'm still ambivalent on to some degree, probably want to separate them.
That is true, but I'm also not sure if I want to take her to Rosh Kair because that's where Moria Dessa is. I don't trust Moria Dessa.
I don't necessarily trust her, but at the same time, keeps her occupied and away from here.
I mean, true. I feel like this could come back and bite us later on.
I mean,
Like, really hard.
To be fair, at the end of the day, it probably just makes us two fairly powerful friends.
I hope so.
To some degree, Moriadessa did get us out of that, or at least keep us probably from dying in that tomb.
Yeah, but I mean, that was kind of just because she wanted to. Doesn't mean we really owe her anything.
No, but I'd like to keep her on our side,
Mm.
whatever that looks like. She's obviously powerful, and if she thinks we're amusing or likes us, either way, I don't necessarily want to fight her any more than I have to. Which the same could be somewhat said for Dimaliba. Arash Kair
Might
keeps.
be a little easier to fight.
Hmm?
Demon Leader might be a little easier to fight, but I mean, I get it.
Either way, if they're both in Rosh Kair doing whatever it is they do, they're out of the. Dimaliba's away from her source of greater power. And for all we know, Moriadessa might be a better influence on her than Tessidren. Well, I can almost assuredly say she's probably a better influence than Tessidren. I'm not saying she's
So,
good, but.
I mean, we do gotta get out of the city, so what's the plan for that?
Yeah, that's the part I'm still trying to come up with. I'm assuming that if they know that they know that it's Dimaliba and are probably not thrilled about that. And considering who was in that room, probably can bring quite a bit of power to bear in this city. I assume a boat is no longer an option.
Probably not.
I don't suppose clerics know
A
long
long
range
way.
tele.
Oh yeah, no, I don't do that.
I did.
Yeah,
I was
Seppi.
telling the others that if we could learn of an address for a gate, a teleportation circle, I might be able to do that.
Except you did
Dude.
mention that. Forgot. Sorry.
So it has to have another
I need to know the address,
anchor.
basically. Yeah. I can make a temporary one wherever I'm at if I have enough time, but I need a other place to connect to.
It has to be okay. So it has to be an existing a place set up to receive,
Yeah.
essentially.
The landing pad.
I don't suppose I remember seeing any of those in Rosh Kair, do I?
No.
Not that I probably even know what the hell they really look like.
No, at the level you were there, no.
Huh.
Oh, yeah, we have a way out.
I mean, I was thinking
Oh.
the census, but I don't think that's gonna work anymore.
Yes.
Probably not. There has to be
But maybe someone else we know?
a black market teleportation pad. No.
Do we know any black market people? I don't know any black market people.
No.
I gotta say it
That would be
quiet
useful.
because there's people around. But yes.
Well,
We
if I
can-
could actually make contact with Moriadessa, she might know. But then again, if I could make contact with her, she could probably just teleport us there herself.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Wouldn't it just? Me and Sefki both tried. I don't think we've gotten anything.
So, 70 tried?
Shliva.
God damn it!
Okay,
Me and Shliva tried.
Okay. Gotcha.
I don't think either of them worked, or so she's busy. I wonder if that's something Regina would have ever seen.
I want to send a message to Regina. Hey, do you know of any black market teleportation areas?
I think just any gates that aren't in the controlled by the census, though that's probably a large ask.
Mm. Oh, yeah, she might. You never know. She used to do this stuff too, right?
You mean adventuring?
Yeah. If she doesn't know of a teleportation spot, maybe she knows of people who can find us, you know, spot to go to. Didn't Malkazir do a grave thingy? Are there teleportation spots in graves?
That
Or
would
is that a whole?
involve bringing in the census or Malkazir.
Yeah.
Either way,
Malkazir would 100% have access to a teleportation circle. Like
yes, I'm
you
sure
would
he
just know
would.
that. But again, yeah,
Yeah.
that's going through the census.
And also, we already owe him.
Oh, I'm sure he would be very interested in Dima Liba and
Oh, he would,
her
but
whole
you still want
deal.
to owe him more.
No, I imagine the payment would be she's mine.
Yeah.
Well, she's alive.
Yeah, and I'm sure he would love to know how that happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're the one walking around with a piece of the sarcophagus.
Yeah, you're not in this. Um. Your tutor, Hadram,
Oh, Hajime?
he's been around for a while, I would imagine. He was fairly old even
Yeah,
for
he is old.
elves.
He's like super duper old. Not ancient like Dima Lee. He's pretty up there.
Okay, I was
Around.
trying not to be that direct about it, but he may have possibly come across something in his time as well.
Possibly. I could try sending him a message about that.
Wait, can you do ascending to Moria Dessa?
Oh, you know what? I probably could.
It goes between planes, so presumably.
Wait, does that go between planes?
There's
Yeah,
There's
I was
like a
5% chance of it
5%
failing?
chance of it not.
Yeah, there's
5%.
there's just small percent, but it's like
Mhm.
yeah, it goes between. That's why it's super useful. Like super
Okay.
useful. I was wondering if anyone was gonna suggest that.
I assumed it couldn't go between planes.
Oh.
So I think we should
She just
check
needs
with.
an intelligence score of at least 1, so
I
assume she
think
has
we
that.
should check with Moria Dessa to see if either she can just A, get us out of here, or B, knows of anything. Then maybe Hadram Ray and probably save Regina for last. I'd rather not have to
Or
explain more of the situation.
Aramov seemed to know some, I don't want to say shady people, but people with alternative resources, you know?
Either way, the less I have to tell the guild, the less we need to tell the guild, probably the better.
Ah, gotcha.
I don't pretend that we are entirely in the right in this situation, but choices have been made.
All right. So, oh yeah, I can go ahead and do you want me to just go ahead and cast sending on Maridessa right now? Or do we have anything to do before we go?
Well, probably
Shliva and
just
Krishka and Tequila.
we probably shouldn't just cast it right here in the open. But if we if we find a teleportation address, gate address, then we can get everyone together. If Moria Dessa gets involved directly, I'm sure she can probably find all of us, but if not, we can deal with that when we hear from her. Let's find a place to try.
Okay.
How many spell slots do you have left? You have messaged me a few times.
See, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Tully, make me a religion check. A wisdom-based religion
Okay.
check. Because I believe it's originally
Cool.
intelligence. So
Which is
wisdom-based.
somewhat weird. That's I guess it's
Religion, yes,
knowledge,
intelligence.
religion.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I have I do have proficiency on religion.
Well, you still get your proficiency. You just use your wisdom bonus instead of
Yeah.
your intelligence bonus.
Right. Okay, so that plus 2 would be a 21.
Okay. While sending does work between planes, it gets a little funky with celestial planes. Because you can contact anyone who is more or less technically alive on another plane, but because celestial planes can hold the dead, you cannot contact the dead via sending to a celestial plane. Likewise, you are unlikely to be able to contact an actual celestial being of any prominence, like a god or a demigod. You're not sure where Dimaliba currently sits on the
Moriadessa.
divine, Moriadessa, where Moriadessa sits on the divine scale, divine power scale. But there's a reason why clerics don't just phone up
True.
Lewena or Archilage himself or whatnot.
Oh man, why didn't I think of that before? That would have been cool.
So lesser celestials and celestial creatures and living beings who have somehow found their way to Planeshop, basically, you can contact. Higher level celestials and the dead cannot be contacted through sending.
So there is a chance that it won't work, but I'll
Yeah.
try anyway,
Okay.
I guess. So I would let Andrew know. By the way, there is a chance that it won't work because she's, I guess, technically some kind of celestial higher being, maybe. Not sure where the line is there because it's kind of fuzzy and blurry, but I can give it a try.
Warm and fuzzy.
Too important for me to contact, or quote unquote important.
At least we
Well,
tried.
Yeah,
And
go ahead and send a message if you would still like to.
Well, we're gonna go somewhere. Do that, right?
so that we're not casting
I mean,
out.
you could just
public.
step back
Just
around to the
yeah.
backside of this kebab shop, and as long as you're not there, chatting away for 15 minutes, which you really can't do with the sending spell anyway. I mean, it's back between two alleyways, so there's nobody immediately back there, unless you bring attention to yourself.
Okay. As much as I don't want her in my head, I'm gonna go ahead and cast it. Hey, we have Dimaliba with us. We just need a way to get from Sann'Kett to Rushkair safely because we're kind of in trouble here. Can you teleport us?
You know what? I'm going to roll.
You want to save the result for? You can make that your cliffhanger for the day.
For the week, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping to get just a little bit farther today, but we are at time.
You weren't necessarily expecting things to go exactly this way.
No. But I had a lot of paths that I had waypoints for.
We went with the one that said, "Here there be dragons."
Yeah, I don't think there's necessarily a super climactic cliffhanger for this particular episode where we are currently at. So actually, since it is time, we can stop here with this. Tali, you send that out. This is going to be heavily weighted for narrative purposes. Okay. Still has a chance to fail, but... Tali, instead of a response coming to you in the back of your mind as sending does, you hear a soft whisper just behind your left ear, you can actually feel the breath of somebody just leaning in and speaking softly.
Oh, Tali, it's so good to hear from you. Sadly, it's a lot more difficult to help, as I once did, down there. I'm afraid you're on your own, but I do hope you make it.
There's this weird icy sensation that kind of feels like she kissed the top of your ear, and then it disappears. It's kind of a cringe.
Gross.
Yeah.
Let's do that again.
From that reaction,
I think she kissed my ear. Just gonna like take her sleeve and just like keep wiping at her ear. But she can't help us because I don't know reasons that she knows that we don't.
well, damn.
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Knew it wasn't going to be that easy.
Yeah. She's a lot higher up on the deity totem pole now, which comes with a lot more scrutiny. God politics.
Dang.
God, even the gods have politics?
Of course the gods have politics.
No, wait, I know. It's like I asked that question and it's like, no, wait, of course they do. I know this. Yeah,
Probably have
of
way
course.
more politics than we do.
They have a lot longer to play the politic game.
Yeah. Okay. So, unfortunately, it does seem that your little godling girlfriend is not able to immediately help out in this particular instance. But there's some avenues. Sevgi does seem to have some ability for long-term teleportation if you can find an appropriate address. So you have to consider phoning up some of your important friends and see if they know of any strings they can pull on. Or, I mean, you could always just assault the arcane census. You know, barge in, fight your way through, break into the teleportation chamber.
Sounds like a terrible idea.
That'd be fun, right? That'd be a blast.
But
Like an
if
actual
they
blast,
don't-
like a meteor storm.
if we want to keep them from following us, we could totally just like destroy the teleportation pad on the other
No.
side.
Yeah,
Find
no,
another
this
way to
won't
get to us.
work. It's a
No.
place full of wizards.
Maybe if
Well-
we're really sneaky, they won't notice.
I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible.
It's just very improbable.
Yeah, I know
I've made a
someone who-
bet.
I would love for you guys to do like a Shadowrun-esque heist of the arcane census and sneak your way in. That'd be great, but
I'm not sneaking anywhere,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
and I've made enough poor decisions for one day.
So I think that is where we were going to leave it, and got a bit
All my
more
poor decisions.
complex than than I figured most probable, but very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
We do seem to have a sort of People's Ascension mini civil war going on. It's great. I love it. We're gonna have to reconcile that somehow. I suppose we will do that next week. Reconcile whatever differences are going on right now. Probably after. I mean, we might still have Aquila and the Querents on one side, and Ander and Party and Dima Liba and Moriadessa on the other. So who knows where that's gonna meet in the middle? But I guess we're gonna find out next week. And we'll see if we can get out of Sann'Kett, whether it be by boat or by teleportation. We'll see if we can get out of Sann'Kett. Unfortunately, with how things went down, it's unlikely that you're going to be going on a shopping spree here in Sann'Kett for for doing Natalia, but
Oh
Great.
man. Oh well, I'm
yeah,
gonna hand make all my stuff anyway, so
yeah.
it's fine with me.
Uh, yeah, so a lot of things to think about for next week. I'm super excited. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave the story for now. Party split down the middle. Kilo on one side, Ander on the other, and everybody else just kind of looking back and forth like, what the hell are we doing?
Mom
We
and
always
Dad are fighting.
We
Yeah,
always knew it was going to come to this, didn't we?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't expect it in this way, I'll be honest.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
I expected it to really just be something between the two of them.
Yeah, I expected at some point Ander was going to just go full on evil mastermind. Y'all were going to have to put him down, but
No, I never expected that from you.
Well, we'll see how far this gets drawn out next week. Until then, thank you for watching. I saw that we had a few more followers today, a few more people in chat. Now that I fixed what was apparently on followers only chat for a while, I don't know why that was the case, but everybody is welcome to chat here as long as you're nice to each other. So keep that in mind because I'm watching you. Cool. In the meantime, we're going to go do an after show for this episode, and I can imagine it's going to be quite an interesting one. So if you would like to listen in on what that conversation is all about, do consider heading over to Patreon, where for a small monthly support, you can get access to things like these after shows that we do, which are not only, me asking good questions about touching base with the players as player from DM, that sort of stuff, but also getting DM or player insight into how their characters are thinking, how they feel like they're going to move forward, and some DM insight for how I've interpreted things and how I have planned things, and how, most importantly, how they've differed and what I've changed because of it. So that's available on Patreon, as well as access to different channels in the Discord, which can get you codex entries and the RP channel and whatnot, and at higher tiers, access to character sheets and NPC sheets and monster sheets and maps whenever I get maps available up there. And whatnot. So there's a lot on there, and I hope that it's only going to grow with more interest and more support. So if you like what we're doing and you want to see more of it, please consider supporting, whether it be through Patreon, tips, cheers, subscriptions, or just telling other people about the People's Ascension here on Twitch, on Discord, and on Twitter. Every little bit of exposure does help. So thanks for sticking around. I had a blast. This was a really fun episode, and I think a really good one to have with some of the more attention we've been garnering recently. So I just have so many things in my mind. I don't know if I have anything about hard tomatoes tonight. I don't know if I don't know. I don't got it.
Have one.
Go. Do it.
If you feel a gross celestial lady give you a kiss on the ear, you can wipe it off with the juice of a heart tomato. I don't know.
It's a little weird, but I'll go with it. All right. Heart tomato juice. You've heard it here, folks. Good night, and I will see you throughout the
Do
week.
the texture.
You gotta do the thing.
Yeah, you gotta do the thing.
I will see you throughout the rest of the week here at the People's Ascension, where I do fun hangouts and let's plays and other games and whatnot. So,
Muted? Or is it just me that can't hear him?
everybody have a good night.